কিন্তু শিলিগুড়ি কিন্তু শিলিগুড়ি
Government of Sikkim, and Fellow of Indian Chemical Society, Fellow Member of International Congress of Chemistry and Environment, Life Member of Indian Science Congress, Life Member of Association of Chemistry Teachers. She has successfully guided 33 master's projects and 2 PhD projects, and currently she is guiding 2 PhD scholars. She has had an impressive track record as an administrator. Apart from heading the department for more than 20 years, she has also shouldered the responsibility of Dean Student Affairs. She has been a member of Academic Senate and chaired various committees in the institute and university. She is currently working as Associate Director, Academics, Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honors to introduce Professor Dr. Sangeeta Jha, Associate Director, Academics, currently Director in Charge and Honorable Chief Guest for the day. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Sonam. Am I audible?
Hello, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Good morning to all of you. Associate Director, Student Affairs, Associate Director, R&D, SMIT, esteemed resource persons, all heads of the departments, heads of the offices, esteemed faculty members, and my dear students. It's my privilege and immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all eminent speakers on behalf of Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology on this important event of National Science Day organized by Institute Innovation Cell, ICC and NSS. I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our eminent speakers, Swami Shantatmananda, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission, NITI Aayog, Delhi, Mr. Kaushik, Kumar Saha, AVP-Finance, Reliance, JioInfocomm Limited, Pravrajika, Divyanandaprana, Monastic member Sri Sarada Mutt, Ramakrishna Mission, Dr. K Ramesh, Scientist, Wildlife Institute of India, Dr. Krishnaveni, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, School of Physical Computational Sciences, Avinashilingam Institute, Coimbatore. As all of you know that the National Science Day is being organized every year on 28 February to commemorate the discovery of the Raman effect by Professor Sir C.V. Raman, eminent scientist, for which he was awarded Nobel Prize. Now, today we are gathered here to observe Science Day. It is a happy moment for all of us. Today is a day of celebration, but most importantly, it is a day of introspection. It is very important to introspect that who are we as a scientist and what are our roles and responsibilities, in which way science education and research is suffering, and what can we contribute towards its growth and development. Such questions beg sincere answers. Let us go back to the kind of life we were having just about 100 or 110 years back and compare with our life now. It was poor in many respects. Today, we are stronger, taller, and faster, mainly because of the better and nutritious food available to us. You know, life expectancy has gone from 54 years to up to 70 to 75 years just in 6 decades. Talking about the communication, which was fearsome at the time of independence, but it has become a pleasure now thanks to internet, mobile phones, aeroplanes, and other technologies. We are also having far better options for entertainment. We have mobile phone, internet, TV, etc. Economy is growing rapidly. New scientific principles are developing day by day. For example, carbon nanotube, polymer composites, carbon nanofibers, smart materials, clean and green technology, chemistry, so on and so forth. This has been possible only and only because of technology. And you may ask, what is technology? It is the application of science. Yes, science is the foundation of all the health, happiness, and prosperity that we see around us. I'll share a few examples. As you know that the technology is growing very fast, and nowadays scientists are discovering, and the size of computer is reducing day by day. It is not possible without the knowledge of science. Look into another example, the propellant science. It is also not possible with the knowledge of science. So I mean to say how important is science. And it is the scientific principles which make possible the technological advancement. Better life for everyone is the purpose of science. So I mean to say that the students who have taken science as a career have lots of opportunity in India and abroad, and it is a multidisciplinary. You can always achieve greater heights in this field. Thus, our foremost responsibility is to know it and how to use it, to provide better option for poor or to the needy people. It is our responsibility, or it is a responsibility of everyone. Let us make promise to serve them. This is our responsibility, our secret responsibility towards science, towards society, and towards ourselves. Before I conclude, I must congratulate the ICC Institute Innovation Cell and NSS for organizing this event and making it a great success. I conclude this speech by imploring all of you to be true to science and to be true to yourself. I once again extend a very warm welcome to all our eminent scientists to this event. And with this note, I would like to conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those wonderful words. That really means a lot to us. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your valuable time, ma'am. Thank you very much. He is a senior monk of Ramakrishna order, an orator par excellence. He is a practicing engineer who re-engineers human minds and society. Currently, he is Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Delhi. May I have the honors to introduce Reverend Swami Shantatmananda ji. Over to you, Swamiji.
Namaskar.
Good morning, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm not doing any presentation, so you can just keep the normal screen for me. Om
Sure, sir.
Soma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritangamaya, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, and from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. The Sikkim Manipal University, in commemoration of Sir C.V. Raman's birthday, it appears they are organizing this National Science Day celebrations every year. It's a wonderful effort, and they have obviously they are always selecting a topic which is related to science. Now this year they have chosen the topic, integrated approach in science and technology for a sustainable future. It's a beautiful topic, no doubt, but I'm neither a scientist nor a technocrat. Yet, I venture to participate in this beautiful webinar because I have some thoughts to share. Yes, you see, the growth of science in the last maybe 40, 50 years has been phenomenal. And consequent to that, technology also has grown enormously. Technology is actually, as the earlier speaker said, is an application of science really. It's not something apart from science. Without science, technology can't progress at all. So they need to be integrated. Otherwise, it will not be a sustainable growth. It will not be something which will be for the welfare of the humanity, etc. All these ideas are wonderful. But let us, go a little deeper and look at some of the fundamental aspects of the whole issue. See, the enormous growth of science and technology, has it really benefited the mankind? That's the first question. In my humble opinion, I'm not against science, I'm not against technology, but it has not really helped at all. In India, if you take, for all the growth that we are talking about, India is also competing with some of the very advanced nations. Almost 99% of the country's wealth is probably owned by something like 1% of the population. Day by day, the gap between rich and the poor is only increasing. For example, if you talk about the recent pandemic, all over the world, the amount of money the 100 top rich people made is something unimaginable. That is enough to give a lakh of rupees as gift to millions and millions of people. So much money was made by 100 top billionaires of the world. All this is possible largely because of the growth of science and technology, not otherwise. So, when you talk about the growth, when you talk about science and technology, we need to take care of so many other factors. Otherwise, we are in for a huge disaster. Today, science and technology has developed. What are we having? Russia attacking openly Ukraine. Because of the development, they have now such weapons of mass destruction. Just timed to such perfection. Not a single bomb or single shell or anything fell in any of the countries which are all part of NATO. All around Ukraine, all the other countries, if a single shell had fallen there, it would have been a straightaway World War III, and all the NATO countries would have attacked Russia. But it was timed to such perfection, and it was location-wise, it was made so perfect, it only attacked Ukraine, which is not part of NATO, which is neither part of this, neither part of that. Of course, they also had very strange views earlier about India. They were supporting Kashmir and Pakistan and all that. Now they are begging for mercy from us. That is different. But this is what is happening. The more and more you advance in science and technology, unless you evolve as human beings, you are going to look at a very disastrous scenario, and it's going to make the world only much worse for all that. Today, we are talking about so much of this growth, is mobile and all that. Do you know, a huge percentage, maybe about 70% of the students could not avail of this because they don't have access to all that. The entire rural population was totally kept out of this online classes, etc., because they could not afford. So, we need to address larger issues. Unless we do that, even as we talk about an integral approach to science and technology, we need even a more holistic integral approach if we want the humanity to progress. Because India can no longer look at it as a totally different country, totally isolated from others. Constantly, we are facing threat on our borders, and every decision India is taking today, it's connected globally. Because they can stop all of our products, they can stop all of our exports, they can stop all of our imports. So it's a very delicate balancing act, because all these have become so crucial, so important, so meaningful, and not only that, so critical, largely because of the growth of science and technology. So much so, any nation can control any other nation. A country like North Korea can bomb Delhi. It's possible. It's such a small country compared to Delhi, India maybe. So what? They have that mass weapons of mass destruction. They can do it anytime. So, today we have to proceed with real caution. And if you want to take the humanity together, the most important is how we establish peace and harmony in this world. So, yes, globally there are issues that it cannot be handled like this, nor is this a forum for all that. But, at least as a nation, can we take care of that? See, today, maybe some 20, 30, 40 years ago, I'm in the monastery for more than 45 years now. Supposing, some 40 years ago, an ordinary graduate could get an ordinary job. Today, either you get a huge salary and a big job, or you get nothing. So all these improvements in science and technology has taken away. The jobs have shrunk. We have not brought out alternate avenues. So, even as you talk about the growth of science and technology, can we deploy them on a mass scale? Is it possible to engage people at the basic levels? See, more and more it is becoming a specialization. A person sitting in Chennai, just through gadgets, can completely control his factory in Pune or Bombay or Bangalore or elsewhere. You don't need manpower. See, a labor-intense country like India, what are we going to do with just simply increase the powers of science and technology, more growth, more orientation that way? Where is the opportunity to employ the huge manpower that we have? You see, every year, crores of jobs are being hyped off. The opportunities are shrinking. So, it's very necessary as we talk about the growth of science and technology, what is the integral approach type itself? See, that is possible. We need to have evolved citizens. We need to have awakened citizens. We need to have citizens who can think of the nation as a whole. They will not just think of themselves. Swami Vivekananda somewhere says, he alone lives who lives for others. The rest are more dead than alive. Can we create a new class of citizens? Is it possible? Whereby they will just only not think about their own growth at any cost. Rather, they will have an integral approach to life itself, whereby they think, how can I care for myself? Not only that, how can I extend to others? One of our great Swamis said, what is spirituality? What is spiritual growth? When we close our eyes, we are in deep meditation, we are enjoying peace. When we open our eyes, the immediate thing is, what can I do for you? How can I help you? How can I serve you? That is spirituality, he says. I think this spirituality is essential for the whole country. So, there are several important aspects to life. So all these need to be integrated in our system, in our curriculum. Today, you look at our educational system, the syllabus, the curriculum, it is appalling. It has shrunk to abysmal depths because whatever that great Macaulay, it's a sin to use the word great for him. I don't want to use anything which is not accepted in terms of usage. But such a person, he ruined our culture, our tradition, everything, completely rooted out all that we had wonderful in our history and introduced a system which we are even following today. So we are creating brilliant engineers, doctors, technocrats, very capable in computer operations and all that, but we are not creating true citizens. So, somewhere through our educational system, can we give a new foundation to education itself? That is what we at the Ramakrishna Mission Delhi are doing. Today we are running a nationwide program. It has covered more than 5,700 schools, under which we have trained already more than 46,000 teachers and more than 10 lakh students have been impacted. What is it? Because, today, more than anything else, every year about maybe 1.5 crore children come out of education institutions after class 12. Apart from about 15 lakhs or so, 10%, the rest have no avenue for further studies. I'm not talking about medical or engineering, even a regular college degree that is beyond the scope of more than 15%, more than 10% of students who pass out of class 12. In such a scenario, when they have not learned anything else during their 12 years of schooling, what would they do except take to violence, except take to streets? There is a new class of Andolan Jeevis are created. Their livelihood is Andolan. Irrespective of party, whenever there is need for Andolan, they are ready to join because they are paid something like 1,000 rupees per day. They get plenty to eat and drink and so on. So they are not interested in anything else. So they want only this. They are ready. So, these kind of things leading to violence and all that, how are we going to handle these issues? So we need to have a new foundation to education. That's what we are doing through a program called the Awaken Citizen Program. Because Swami Vivekananda said, what is education? Education should instill in the students a tremendous sense of self-belief or Atma Shraddha. It should enable them to tackle the challenges of life. It enables students, when they grow up, to stand on their own feet. So even as we talk about integrating science and technology, can we integrate something like this into our education system itself? So even as we develop in science and technology, they will have such a mindset whereby they'll be so integrated with the whole system, with the fellow citizens, with fellow countrymen, with the whole nation itself. Is it possible? Then only, all that would become meaningful. Otherwise, it will only have a very skewed growth in our country. Somebody said, what is the GDP? We are talking about GDP constantly. What is the GDP? Someone said it's a grossly deceptive parameter. Because a few billionaires and millions of people living below the poverty line can still give you a huge GDP number. Does it make sense? Does it give you any idea about the state of affairs in the country? So, unless we address, and it's very critical now, we can't wait much longer. Right now, we have to do it because along with our idea of science and technology, the growth in all that, where we really want to integrate, yes, science should be integrated to technology. Otherwise, it will lead to that kind of discoveries because, today, a huge percentage of crimes, they're happening because of mobile. Facebook, Twitter, these, that, all those facilities that come with the growth of technology is what has resulted in all that. What was the result of discovery of science? Bombing of Hiroshima. I saw both the memorial for the Auschwitz, that camp. I also saw the memorial for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Both those great places where they were bombed, the Japanese, Nagasaki. So, both were really, there also the Germans could attack and destroy such 6 million Jews because of the growth in technology. The ancient warfare, they would not been able to do it. And similarly, because those gas chambers, all that, they're all growth of science and technology only. Because of that, you gather some 1,000 people in a room, let loose a gas, finished in half an hour. Was it possible in the ancient days? It was not possible. So this was what the discovery of science and technology. The same thing is the use of the science and technology that led to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, science and technology integration is very necessary. At the same time, we need to give some other inputs in the education itself so that children, as they grow up, they learn how to use these very important discoveries, namely science and technology, how they can be integrated into their life, integrated to the life of the society they live in, with the fellow human beings, their fellow citizens, and with the country as a whole. Can we do it? Unless we do it, all this growth, etc., would only lead to more and more destruction and disaster, and we will not have peace in the world, let alone a futuristic growth. The sustainable growth is a far cry. We will not be able to survive because just pressing a button today from Beijing, simply, the entire Delhi, several other cities can be destroyed. This is the power of science and technology. Yes, so, it's very scary. The situation is very scary. So, unless we create human beings with a different mindset, even as they grow, it is going to be a disaster for mankind itself. So, I would say that even as we think of the growth and integration of science and technology, we need to create human beings of a different mindset. We want transformation of mindset whereby children, when they grow, they will understand how to live in harmony how to share and care, how to be really that kind of citizens where, the life of every other citizen would matter. Swami Vivekananda somewhere says, what is the criteria? He says, millions and millions of the descendants of gods and goddesses. That's what we claim in India. We claim our descent from gods and goddesses. He says, millions and millions of descendants of gods and goddesses have become next door neighbors to brutes. Millions were starving. They are starving today. They will starve for ages to come. Does it make you sleepless? Does it make you restless? Does it course through your blood, veins, etc.? He says, this kind, does it make you sleepless? He says, this is the first step to become a patriot. So, can we create that kind of citizens? So that is why, in a very small way, we are talking about this program. It's called the Awaken Citizen Program, where, we are telling the people, we are telling the students, because, how to bridge this gap in the educational system. We are grouping together first generation learners and students from very brilliant families, very brilliant background, who can challenge the teachers. In a class of 60, the teacher-student ratio in this country is so skewed. It's something like 1:60. There are some 5 or 6 bright students or 10 students in class. Then there are about 10 or 20 middle level. Then there is all backward. So for 12 years, they hear you are nobody, you are nothing, you are useless, you are backward, you are lagging behind in education and all that. So all the attention goes to the toppers, those who go in pursuit of science and technology, either through engineering or through medicine. This is where all of our attention is going. Is it doing anything good to the country? 70 to 75% of the students are simply left in the lurch to care or fend for themselves. So how do we change this scenario? That's why we have come up with this program where, based on Swami Vivekananda's idea, he gave a new definition of education. He said, education is a manifestation of perfection already in a human being. What does this mean? What does this mean? He says, the old idea of education was education being drilled from outside to inside. The teacher is teaching, the students are absorbing, students are learning. He says, no, education is something already in every student, in every individual. Enormous powers, enormous potential, enormous capabilities already there. Make them manifest. This is education. This is science. This is real science. Not just only physics, chemistry, mathematics. The real science is the science of life. That has to be integrated with humanity. That is the integration of science and technology, and that is what would care for the futuristic growth. That is what would care or ensure a sustainable growth. What is this? The idea that there is enormous power, enormous potential, enormous knowledge in each student. That is science, that is truth. That has to be explored, that has to be found out. And then the technology is how to make it manifest. So that is why, we say that this idea, I'm saying, I will give you a small proof. The earlier idea that all knowledge has to come from outside to inside, was it to be true in a class where a good mathematics teacher teaches all the 60 students equally, giving the same time, same attention. If an examination is held at the end of the year, if the knowledge flow is from the teacher to the student, all of them should get same marks. Does it happen? Why does it vary from 0 to 100? That clearly proves Swami Vivekananda's idea. All knowledge is within. In whosoever there was this mathematics spark, that got ignited by the teacher, and that individual, that student did very well. So as a corollary, what does this great idea of Swamiji about education, what does it indicate? It says, no student ever feel left out because he or she is less competent academically. He or she need not be a topper in computers or language or science or mathematics, but each and every person, every student has something extraordinary to look forward to in his or her life, every student. So that be so, is it possible? That is the first thing that students should be told. Every student should be given an idea that he or she need not look back, need not look over his or her shoulder at the toppers or anything. More importantly, they should have the tremendous faith and belief in me is something which is very unique, which is very powerful, which is very extraordinary. Using that, I can lead a wonderful life. I can lead a meaningful life. I can lead a purposeful life. So, otherwise, 12 years, students are just being burdened with the idea of schooling, not knowing what to do, with no hope for future, because they can't compete with the toppers in the class. As against that, this new idea, which is again a science. Science, what is basically science? Science is also an approach to discover truth. That's what scientists are doing. We are saying, yes, here is the premise. Just as science, you also have a premise. Whenever you attempt any discovery, all have started with a premise. Quite often, of course, they end up with something else ultimately. But as against that, in spirituality or the science of human existence, which we are talking about, here the premise is exactly there. The discovery also would be exactly that. There will not be a millimeter deviation from the premise that is assumed. That is the infinite power, potential, knowledge, glory in every student. Is it possible? That's what we are. How is that? For that, what is to be done? Students should be given the tremendous sense of Atma Shraddha or self-belief. I can do it. I'm no less. See, once it is done, you find that even the so-called the laggards, the backbenchers, those are not doing well, they also start coming forward. They also feel that I have something to look forward to. I may not be good in certain subjects in academics, so what? And they also start doing better even in academics. So, this science of discovery of the inner potential, of inner power, inner glory of human individual, this is what the basic science that is needed for our country, for the whole world, but very specially for our country. This should be our first science. The other science, new discovery, new elements, new other things, stars, other planets, etc. Discovering something in the moon or any other, it all can't happen. Yes, they're all happening. A set of people will be working for all that. But then, even at a more foundational level, a fundamental science which to be handled, taken by millions of teachers who are all over the country, this science, namely discovering that extraordinary potential in every student, if they can come out, we have developed a technology for that. This science and technology together this is what would really ensure a sustainable future for our country, because this will be the foundation on which the superstructure will be what is coming from the existential idea of science and technology. Maybe so many facilities, so many gadgets, so many new approaches, so many applications, industries, so many products, everything, all using the science of technologies, discovering, applying, through which we are setting up so many industries and so on and so forth. All that would be sustainable. All that would ensure a sustainable future growth only if they are built as superstructure on this foundation which we are trying to lay through this program or something. Of course, we have limitations. We cannot reach to the entire country. Probably if the government adopts it as a national policy, because this program is closely aligned to the new national education policy. These are something similar. Let anyone take it. The basic idea is to give a tremendous sense of Atma Shraddha or self-belief in students, and that would lead to a transformation. Now, this discovery, when it happens, then we found that even physically challenged students, speech-impaired students, are showing remarkable response, turnaround by just exposure to this program. Now, what is the next area in this? There we are saying it should make you heroic. It should make you a person who believes in harmony, in expanding oneself, in seeking perfection, in seeking truth, in having Shraddha or respect for everything. All these are all qualities which we are saying will make you a person capable of developing that infinite power or perfection within you, the basis of which is Atma Shraddha. Based on these possibilities which are there in every human being, obviously in every student, would make him a person who would share and care for every others. He may be a scientist, he may do remarkable in terms of industries, but because his science, his industry is built on this beautiful foundation of seeking perfection, of this idea of being heroic by being showing the capacity to share and care, that will be sustainable. Every growth would ensure that he would care for millions and millions of fellow citizens. It will help him live in harmony. One of the other things we are saying is living in harmony is so necessary. Otherwise, every day this state is fighting with that state. Every election is fought on divisive lines. Every party is dividing. Every party is promoting disharmony. As against that, these students, when they develop as citizens, they will live in harmony. They will know what it is to expand, how to take care of others. They will see perfection in whatever they do. That's what they should do as scientists. Every scientist, every student growing and taking up any aspect of science would have this idea of seeking for perfection. Otherwise, they would go by the wayside. They will not have that ability to go doggedly toward the truth. And that will also, another idea we are telling them is to seek truth. That is what every scientist is supposed to do. Every scientist is seeking truth only. But we are showing the children several other dimensions of seeking truth also. And then finally, we are saying Shraddha, respect. Respect for everything, our tradition, our culture, our nation, our fellow citizens. Respect for reasoning, science, everything is being shown through this in a very small way. What is that? That's why we are saying if children absorb these ideas, if these become the foundation for their education, they would become truly awakened citizens and they will show the way for the entire country. It is a humongous task, no doubt, but we are hopeful because we are already seeing tremendous signs in the students who have undergone this program. Very recently, we have started a program for students who have undergone the 3 years this program called Awaken Ambassadors for Community Transformation. We are testing this program, how post this undergoing this 3-year graded value education program, how are they faring? How are they showing those qualities in their life? We are finding very encouraging signs. So, this idea of integrating science and technology in such a way to ensure sustainable future is definitely very necessary. But it has a tremendous, it has to be taken with caution. There are riders. Otherwise, we'll only be seeing more and more destruction, more and more skewed development, more and more rich-poor divide. If all these basic issues are to be addressed, our education should be on a very much better foundation, stronger foundation, whereby even at a very initial stage, teachers take this idea of science, scientific approach, namely to discover the inherent power and potential in every student and use the appropriate technology to bring it out so that these are laid as a foundation for the sustainable future. I'm sure I have given you enough material to think about. My time is up. I'm supposed to close at 11:30. Once again, I really offer my congratulations and best wishes to the organizers of this beautiful webinar from the Sikkim Manipal University. I'm so happy that I could be part of it, although I'm really extremely busy with so many other things. It's the year-end is closing. Anyway, it's a beautiful effort and it's really worthy of pursuing. But we must always remember the basics, the foundation, the right foundation needs to be laid before we even think of a great superstructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for those wonderful words. And it is indeed an honor to have you here. Those words really mean, like stressing on today's children and the value education, stressing on with giving emphasis to self-belief, which is really, really important in today's life. It really means a lot to us. You have shared your knowledge, and I'm sure we are blessed to have you here, sir. If there are any questions from the audience, we can put forward the questions.
Yeah.
The audience may ask the questions directly or they can put it in the chat. I will take up the questions one by one. Any questions from the audience side? Any questions from the audience side? I guess there are no more questions. However, sir, it is really an honor to have you here, and we are really, really blessed. Thank you so much for your valuable time, sir. Thank you so much, Swamiji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much. I really apologize for the small technical glitch. There's a small network glitch at our end. We are trying to fix that up. I really apologize for that, and thank you for being so patient. Thank you so much for your patience. My apologies for the small technical glitch. I would like to introduce our next speaker. He has over 25 years of experience in contracts, commercial, risk analysis and management, budgeting and planning, business analysis and MIS, project management, costing, business process reengineering, team building, sales accounts, and plans accounts. He is the guest faculty for ACCA UK, CIMA UK, and CMA USA. He has been associated with esteemed organizations like Hint Liver Chemicals Limited, Reliance Communications, Tata Teleservices Limited, Hindalco, and many more. Currently, he is the AVP-Finance, Reliance JioInfocomm Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honors to introduce Mr. Kaushik Saha, AVP-Finance, Reliance JioInfocomm Limited. Over to you, sir. Sir, am I audible?
So, am I audible now? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. So I'll stop sharing the screen, sir. You can share your screen now, sir.
Give me a moment.
You're going na screen.
Yeah, I have switched on the camera. Give me a moment. So, namaskar, first of all. Namaskar to everybody who is there in this event, the chief guest and the other esteemed speakers. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, SMIT, of the Sikkim Manipal University for organizing this webinar in celebration of National Science Day. And personally, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude at receiving this invitation to speak on this special occasion. I'm delighted to be part of this event, truly, and to share my views, as well as to listen to the views of the other esteemed speakers. Now, I have been requested to speak on the subject of innovation, more specifically on the subject of today's subject, which is integrated approach in science and technology for sustainable future. Upon receiving this invitation, I was wondrous what I should speak about, because I'm not a scientist. I'm a career finance person, and I am to speak to a house full of experienced scientists, teachers of science, and students of science. So I thought I must speak about scientific innovation or science-based innovation. But the problem is that I'm not a scientist. I'm not involved on a day-to-day basis in the pursuit of science subjects. I'm a finance person. You know, they call us Pesa Babu. Okay, Pesa Babu. I work in a technology company. Yes, I've been in telecom for about 21 years. And I'm truly proud to say that telecom, the industry which I come from, and my organization in particular, which I come from, has been at the forefront of all kinds of technological breakthroughs in the domain of telecom and software, and brought them together into IT-enabled and telecom-enabled services. Applications of telecom and information technology in solving everything from everyday problems, mundane everyday problems, to complex problems. And I too have been a techno-commercial resource. So I have had the good opportunity, by the blessings of the Almighty, to be to have a glimpse, of frontline technologies unfolding in our business. But having said that, also tried but true to say, at the end of the day, I'm still counting money only. Okay, and the organization's money, not my money. So see, much has been said about how telecom has changed the world, okay? How science has fundamentally altered the way we do our everyday tasks, whether it is reading the morning news, or interacting, having a consultation with our family physician during the unfortunate and long, arduous, horrendous period of COVID lockdown. Telecom, along with IT and software, has brought science to drawing rooms of people. It has made it ordinary. The drawing rooms of ordinary people like you and me, and it has made it so effortless, apparently. So we are wowed by what all it can change, what all it can achieve, what all science can change and science can achieve. But all said and done, is innovation synonymous only with science? Or does it ring only with scientists? Is it only about startups and, the startup biscuits and that ecosystem? Is innovation only about producing startling new, astonishing new products or services, user-friendly products made with everyday, easily available and cheaply available resources, or products or services which can be produced in backyard shacks, without too much investment, or in makeshift production setups? Is innovation all about that? Can't housewives innovate? Can't an unlettered farm worker or an agriculturist innovate? Can't a shop foreman or a machinist, a lathe operator innovate? Can't you and I innovate? Can't we innovate in our workplace? That's what I'm going to talk about today. So can't we innovate at our workplace? See, I like cooking. Okay, I cook for as a pastime, as a relaxation during weekends. And you should ask a cook, if you want to really understand what excitement, what invigoration it creates in a cook when they make some fine small changes in the recipe, in a very traditional recipe, add something, or and a completely amazing new taste or a flavor, a refreshing new feel comes to the food. Isn't that innovation? I mean, what's wrong with that to be called as an innovation? A few days back, my son was struggling with a table lamp. He likes doing art and craft work, so he wakes up in the night, he wakes nights and does art and craft work. So he doesn't yet have a table lamp. So we have one of those decorative table lamps. It has a wooden base at the bottom and it has a paper shade. I think cloth shade. But the problem is it's shaped like a vase, and the light goes up. It is projected up towards the ceiling. But he wanted it down. He wanted it on his workbench. So that was not working for him. So after struggling for a few days, he had an idea. He got hold of some Velcro and some glue from his junk box. he stuck it to the bottom of the table lamp. He inverted it, and with the help of the Velcro, he stuck it upside down on the underside, beneath the shelf of his study table. So here was a table lamp which he could use. He had all the light on his workbench. Ingenious idea, and it saved me some money. I mean, a few hundred rupees, which I would have had to spend to buy a table lamp for him. Right? See, I don't lay much by definitions. I also teach, as my introduction might have told you. So I am very fond of telling my students that please don't lay a lot of importance to definitions, because they're very difficult to memorize and even more difficult to understand. So if you look up definitions of innovation, and I think and I'll read, the Oxford Dictionary says it is a new method, idea, or product. Wikipedia, if we can accept that as the modern idea of a dictionary, says innovation is the practical implementation of ideas that result in the introduction of new goods or services, or improvement in offering goods or services. So there is this emphasis on producing a good or a service in order to qualify as an act or an outcome of innovation. I simply understand, for my own purposes, innovation as a way to do something. You know, for quite some time, I was employed with the Tata Group, and I had the good fortune of being trained as an assessor under what is called the TBEM, Tata Business Excellence Model. Many of you might have heard of that. It's the quality model which the Tata Group uses. It is based on the Malcolm Baldrige model of quality. And I had the good fortune of being trained as an assessor under it. And there we were told a simple way of understanding innovation is a better way to do something. See, organizations like my employer are coming up with new innovations, new flow sheets, new innovative products all the time. But alongside, employees like I and teams also innovate every day in our work. We innovate in the processes, in the procedures, in the flow sheets, in the techniques and mechanisms which we adopt to do our everyday work. Simple and complex problems, troubleshooting, problem solution, and performance. These small incremental steps of innovation give huge value to the organization at an aggregate or a collective level. So today, I want to talk to you about innovation at workplace and how technology has aided that. See, there is this old adage, it is very familiar, which says that necessity is the mother of invention. So I say that necessity is also the mother of its cousin, namely innovation. Okay, it is necessity that drives the need to innovate, to change, and to improve. So let us start by discussing what are these necessities, what shapes, what appearance does this necessity acquire, which leads to need for innovation on an everyday basis. Okay. See, one of the commonest, and the one which I can recall first off the block, is what we call technically as budgetary constraints. Believe me, even the biggest organizations of the world have budgetary constraints. I think all of us understand that. Okay. As they say, there is nothing comes for free. So some of the most compelling circumstances in which managers are forced to innovate are when higher management tells them that there is no money. There's simply no money for doing something at a very fundamental or a very large scale, grandiose level. Okay. See, when we were young and we were bursting with enthusiasm, of course, I still feel young, we often went to the management and, we went with stars in our eyes. We would change everything. We would completely throw out the old and bring in the new. Okay, we will make a complete departure from the past, from the old approach, the old flow sheets, and give everything a spanking new look, which is all very nice. So we used to go and make some lengthy, very bubbly, exciting, aggressive kind of presentation. And at the end of it, the boss would pull a long face and say, but we don't have the money for this. So you do what is possible within the budget and show me in the next meeting. Okay. So, everything used to come, all the enthusiasm vanished in 1 second. See, sometimes the management was not convinced about the proposal. Of course, we were too young to understand at that time. Even if budget was not an issue, there was no conviction. See, management is very careful when something very fundamental is sought to be done in an organization, because if not anything else, it has a capacity to disrupt business continuity, and that can be catastrophic. Okay, see, anything new, anything very rude, very large scale, widespread, the organization takes time to get used to it. It takes time to sink into the organization. Employees need to learn. There is a learning curve. Okay, and change management can be a hidden killer. I mean, everything may look so nice on paper, but when you go and implement it, there can be complete and unforeseen, unimaginable chaos. Stakeholders may not agree. So it is not as if the company can, in its standalone, in its unilateral manner, implement things which customers or retail partners or distributors or suppliers don't agree to. So there are so many factors to consider. But be that as it may, we came back empty-handed. And it is in those killing fields that we learned how to make do with less, how to be cost effective, work within or with the existing process, and yet deliver the results. The skill lay in identifying the gaps in the existing process and fill them in, identifying wasteful and repetitive steps, avoiding back and forth movements, looking at reduced paperwork, look for scope of automation, okay, eliminate unnecessary decision nodes in the flow sheet or in the process, and so on. In short, spruce up, sharpen or make sharpen the existing process and give it a better, smarter, cheaper, swifter, look and get more accurate results. I'll tell you an incident. Towards the beginning of my career, I was employed with a company called Indal, Indian Aluminium. It doesn't exist any longer. It was a Kolkata-based organization. It was later acquired by Hindalco. So it was a subsidiary of the world's second largest aluminium manufacturer at that time, a company called Alcan Canada. And that company also later on got acquired by Rio Tinto. So that was where I used to work. And I was posted in the mines, in the bauxite mines, in a place called Lohardaga. Lohardaga is one of the, it's a large district, but at that time it used to be one of the most backward districts, or probably the poorest or most backward district of India. It was just right next to Ranchi to its west. And it was a very remote location. All mines are located in remote locations. Now, the management decided to stop manual mining. See, manual mining involves what is called the drilling blasting technique. These are open cast mines. Of course, by now, I'm talking about 25 years back. So by now, of course, all mining mines are open cast mines. So they drill a hole into the ground, they lower a charge, an explosive like dynamite into it, and blow it and explode it. And so it loosens up the earth and it loosens up the ore, so you can just lift it through shovels and cart it away. Now, the problem with this technique is that it is firstly very polluting because it raises immense amount of dust. The explosions disturb the wildlife in the surrounding forests, and that's not acceptable. There was a safety risk because flying debris and rocks can hurt people. There was a big problem storing explosives, in the magazine, because at that time it was a heavily Naxalite infested area. And there are a lot of government procedures in procuring and storing, very formidable kind of procedures in procuring and storing explosives. So the company decided to do away with manual mining and implement automated or mechanized mining. So we had these huge machines, very interesting new kind of products of technology. These are called ripper dozers. They were Japanese machines, more than 1.5 stories high. They used to cost 4 to 5 crores a piece at that time itself. So they would be used in combination with a shovel and a dumper. So without any human intervention, except of course a driver for the machine, you could mine on the ground. Okay, these machines used to consume something like 40 or 50 liters of diesel every hour. They were expensive to maintain. Now, the problem with this, all this was all very nice, very noble thoughts. But the problem was that in such a remote location, if the machine went out of order, if it broke down, then all hell broke loose. Because to get maintenance support and spares would take days. This was a Japanese company's machine. It did not have any India office. Its nearest sales office was in Singapore, and they too did not take any orders directly. So they had to be routed through its distributor in Kolkata. So everything took a lot of time. And during that period of time, if production was stopped, it would cost the organization heavily. Okay, lost production hours, idle time, and the cost of bauxite per ton would go up and increase the production cost in the plant, because see, to operate those kinds of mines is very expensive. Fixed costs are very high. So fixed costs continue, but there is no production. So cost of production per ton goes up. And absolutely, I mean, the budget goes awry. So we made, we in all our enthusiasm, we made presentations to the management saying we will stock the critical spares and this is how we are going to manage it and so on and so forth. So as usual, the management said nothing doing this on cost benefit analysis. This doesn't work. These stores these spares we cannot stock in a continuous manner like this, and this is not sustainable. You do it once and you do it twice. So how do you do it repeatedly? So we had to go back to the drawing board. And that is when I saw these engineers, these embattled engineers, rack their brains day and night and work out all kinds of innovative, ingenious ways to work with the same machines in whatever way they could manage. Okay, so keep the production on, keep the bauxite cost per ton low. So somebody discovered that, okay, if you don't take the machines to a high gradient part of the phase, then probably this problem won't suddenly crop up. Somebody discovered that the diesel bousing, if it is done in a more rationalized manner, maybe that seems to take care of a bit of the problem. I think somebody discovered that, okay, if a certain part of the machine is irrigated continuously by drawing water from the lake was 1 kilometer away, then maybe some part of the problem can be solved and so on and so forth. If nothing else worked, then so they found out all kinds of ways to quickly fetch water also into the field and so on. If nothing else worked, they played around with the production schedules throughout the year. They produced the ore in such a fashion that even when production was down, dispatch of ore to the mines remained constant, so that the cost per ton of bauxite didn't come down. All because we were refused money. The management says there is no budget for doing anything more. Needless to say, it is in these kindergartens that immense learning came to the organization. Learning for then as well as learning for the future. So even in normal times, a great deal of that learning aided production, efficient production. The engineers did this. The engineers themselves also learned. In our country, we have a slang for this. It is called jugaad. Many of you might have heard this. We cannot imagine how much of India Incorporated works on jugaad and how much would have come apart if this concept of jugaad, which is devised on an everyday basis by ordinary employees, can achieve and can save. The second big reason which forces an organization to innovate continuously is cost. Cost is a ghost. It haunts all financial statements. I work in a telecom organization, and few people know better than I do what kind of excruciating pressures can bear down upon an organization on the cost front. Today, a voice call is free, and a data is cheaper than what voice used to cost a few years back. Okay, so at every month-end review, there is bloodbath, there is blood on the floor. Okay, now this is when we are forced to innovate and try and find solutions which will reduce cost, or at least if it can't reduce, it will hold the cost at a particular level so that we are still cost effective, there is still a profit, and we can see profits as soon as possible. Okay, so I'm not a technical person and this is all old hat, but I can give, for example, at some point of time, there was this technology of breathing BTSs. We used to call it breathing BTSs. These BTSs were intelligent and they were programmed in such a manner that during peak hours, they will radiate more when there is more traffic, so there will be more consumption. But during off-peak hours, it would automatically, kind of reduce its radiating intensity, and thus power consumption would be reduced. Again, this is old hat, in the content data network, on the kind of data network on which this Microsoft Teams meeting is being carried on. How to do innovative caching at the regional level, at the regional points of presence in such a way that the utilization of bulk bandwidth is reduced or optimized or rationalized in a manner. So, for example, I'll just give you an example. If you watch a movie on your mobile, you have a facility that on one of the apps that you can resume from the point where you stopped. Okay, so you don't have to start from the beginning. Now, part of that is achieved by technologies in these content data networks, which save where till the point which you saw the movie, and save the rest of it in a local caching server in your state, and doesn't go back to the HO all over again. And this way, it saves a lot of bandwidth cost. Okay, or say rationalization of manpower in the shared service organization to reduce manpower cost. See, need for manpower reduction, especially over dependence on contract manpower for carrying out day-to-day operations, is a constant concern. Okay, but the challenge is in that by doing away with manual intervention, there should not be any letdown on internal control. There should not be any challenges or risks to business continuity, and the knowledge management of the organization does not suffer. See, there is a great deal of intelligence which the organization acquires through manual processes. Automated processes should gain completely from that intelligence. It should not get lost between two stools. So many kind of innovative solutions have been tried. So, for example, we have what are called these automated number plate recognition systems. So instead of a human being standing at the door and noting down the number of the vehicle which is coming into the premises, you have broadly a face recognition system kind of based machine learning based software and a camera which reads automatically the number plate and records it and stores it. Okay, so the security person can be redeployed in a more critical part of the security apparatus rather than just noting down numbers of vehicles which are coming in. Okay, or say invoices or tax challans which come, we have basic OCR technologies which can read the tax challan or which can read the invoice and decide the amount to be paid and process the payment. This is all old hat in BPOs. Okay, so at one point of time we had there are very many open source OCR technologies which are available in the internet. So we had one technology which all it did was to read visiting cards. So it would save all the details of visiting cards and store it in a portal so that at an enterprise level, everybody could access it. This is very necessary for management of after sales activity with a vendor or with a customer. And we use that technology to develop a system which would read See, in customs, there is a requirement that if there is an import consignment which comes, its duty has to be paid on the same day, by the end of the day, before 12 o'clock at night. Okay, the current rules work like that. If you don't do it, then after 12 o'clock on the night, you start being charged demurrage for not removing the material from the customs premises. Okay, so there is an absolute urgency to process the payment and pay. Payment is online, but to process the payment first. When we had manual manpower, we had armies of people to do it, but the company has to manage cost. So how do we do it? So we had this OCR, basic rudimentary level OCR technology, which would read the bill of entry, determine the amount of duty to be paid, process the payment, and done. At least save the company the risk of having to pay demurrage. Okay. Or another example, the master data for customers and vendors. We had chatbots, which of course the government facilitated, which link the government portals of GST, tax, income tax, etc., with our master data, and basic everyday updates of information like the vendor's PAN number, the vendor's GST registration number, the vendor's PF code, etc., can happen automatically on every morning at 5 o'clock, instead of somebody first going and looking into that portal, finding it out, and then keying it in. Okay, and people can make mistakes also. See, manual processes are not save cost. I can give an example from my team that there was a point of time when the preparation of the MIS, the effort of deriving the information from the ERP system, collating, and putting it into an MIS was so time consuming. It consumed so many hundreds of man hours every month that the preparation of the MIS became an end in itself. There was no time at the end of it to analyze the MIS and take action. See, MIS is not made for the sake of it. It is made for action to be taken. But it is so time consuming and so de-energizing that there is no time to act on it. So we vigorously worked on all kinds of technologies, basically SAP-based, as well as use certain aspects of data science, as well as artificial intelligence to, without human intervention, into data warehouses, from there take them into analytical tools, portals, and at least automate the MIS preparation process. And another offshoot of it is that it is, see, no CA would want to write in his CV that my experience lies in making MIS, but I don't have any idea what that MIS is all about, how it came, and what it is used for. See, nobody will recruit that kind of a CA. So when that person knows that, okay, I'm no longer like a clerk making MIS, but now I'm going to act on it, it leads to learning. It increases it is intellectually gratifying. Okay. This has worked in motivating employees and improving retention. Less people leave the organization. Okay. Sometimes innovation is also required because there is no time. There is an absolute urgency. I'll give an example. Many of you would probably know that in the last few years, the government of India has tightened the rules, the regulations governing access to Aadhaar data for identity management. Okay, so these kinds of changes have created huge challenges for banking companies, telecom companies who use or need that kind of information on everyday basis for identity verification and management. So a few years back, there was this kind of a missive from the central government with a very tight deadline in which we had to. So earlier we had the paper-based system of collecting CAPs, customer application forms, from subscribers, scanning or processing that, and then going for a manual identity and a proof of address and a proof of identity verification, which all had gone away with Aadhaar-based verification. But when that was taken away by the government of India, we had to scramble and quickly devise ways in which it could be done. So the first problem was that these thousands and thousands, lakhs, in fact, I mean, every day there were lakhs of activations. So lakhs of calves which had to be scanned, their data had to be read, stored, and processed. How would we do it? So at a very basic level, it involved buying thousands of flatbed scanners and laptops and shipping them to our retailers and distributors to do it. Now, that's not practical. That's cost effective. That will take time. There would be need to train and so on and so forth. So believe me, our organization was had so much its back to the wall that we even toyed with a very rudimentary kind of solution where we had a box, we had a cardboard box. It was a contraption, and we stuck a smartphone on the underside of the roof with a scanning app in it, and it was attached to a laptop which had access to broadband. I put inside it. So instead of using a flatbed scanner, we used the scanning app of the phone to read the information, OCR it, store the information, and process it for at least that critical activity of scanning was saved. Okay, so ingenious solutions. See, everybody in the organization does not work in business development or in research and development or product design teams. But does that mean that he or she cannot impart value to the organization by improving the way we work on a continuous basis, on everyday basis, which will continuously innovate, innovation which will save cost, save resources, financial resources or human resources to the organization, and create customer delight. And by the way, customer does not mean external customer. Even an internal customer is a customer. If something is done which makes my vendor happy, or my partner or my distributor or retailer happy, that's also as good as making a customer. I mean, that is as effective or as useful to the organization as to make a customer happy. It is amazing if an organization applies itself to it, how much can be squeezed out through innovation from an existing flow sheet or an existing process, if we know where to look for, what to look for, and we have an open mind. Innovation must be democratic. See, we have this, it must be crowdsourced. Okay. It must not be as if there is a quality guy or there is an innovation team or a governance or an integration team whose job is to innovate, the rest on can carry on with their work. In fact, the best ideas of innovation come from the users. Okay, the shop floor person, the machinist, the foreman, the accountant, or the guy who sits at the counter. They will give the most economic, efficient, and effective ideas. So they are very good at ideation. They may be unlettered, they may be raw, they may be old individuals. They may not be very good in solutioning or implementing, but they are fantastic in ideation. And the organization has to develop a way, modern organizations have to develop a way of listening to these people. It can be done through Kaizen meetings, morning meetings, monthly meetings, weekly meetings, floor meetings, whatever meeting. But firstly, people at that level have to be encouraged to speak, and they should be listened to. Conversely, innovation should be a people's movement also. I'll give you an example. In my team, there is one guy who has been entrusted the responsibility of all the automation and the process re-engineering and the business process re-engineering and all that. So he handles that. Now, the rest of the team members developed a kind of a mindset over a period of time that it is only this guy who is going to think, ideate, and implement and innovate. Okay. The rest are not responsible for innovation or ideation or anything. I mean, they need not even think of it. Okay. I, at some point of time, told them that it is everybody's responsibility. Okay. He can be that, or she can be entrusted the responsibility for implementation, but it is everybody's. And in fact, I said that even your annual appraisals will hinge on how many bright new ideas you innovate and implement during the year. Another aspect of this is that, innovation should touch as many employees of the organization as possible in order to be palpable, in order to motivate and be acceptable. I'll give you an example. Many years back when I was in RCOM, there was this bright new idea. So we had just started our services. We had just rolled out our services. And there were teething issues in the rollout. So the call centers were being bombarded with calls throughout the day. And people don't call centers to say how lovely you are. So they will only call to swear at you, to screech and scream and hurl expletives at you. Okay. So there was an unmanageable situation. So somebody came up with this idea that let each employee handle 10 customer calls in a day. So there was a portal which was developed to manage this activity. Every employee was given a choice of language. So most people chose their mother tongue. And the calls would be assigned through that portal. You were supposed to take 10 calls a day, and feedback and reporting and everything, solutioning would be through that portal only. The organization tried to kill many birds with one stone. So firstly, the objective was to somehow manage the overload. I mean, the call center was not being able to handle the load, and increasing call center capacity, increasing the number of seats was not an option because it was early days. There was no profit. I mean, increasing call center has its costs. Okay, so there's a limit. There's a headroom to limited headroom to what you can increase. But more than employees would be involved in the organization's rollout. They would know what are our teething problems, what are our products and services, what are the solutions which we are trying to find to the teething problems, how are we trying to manage the situation. They would feel like a part of the organization and not some kind of a guest who comes, works, does his or her work and takes a salary and goes and doesn't really care what happens to the company's products. See, the customer, as Mahatma Gandhi said, is the most important person in the organization. He buys my product, that's why I get my salary. Okay. So it is necessary, as I said, that innovation should be okay, it may sound a bit cliche to say this, but it should be kind of a people's movement. Okay, and a very important role is that of the leadership. There must be a kind of a innovation DNA, a kind of scientific temper. There must be a fire in the belly or a drive in employees to do better in a particular activity which they were doing than how they were doing it yesterday compared to how they are doing it today. Imagine if even 50% of the employees of a large organization ideate even 50% of the days in a year on something nice, something good, something effective, and then collectively all this amount of ideation can lead to what changes in the organization. I personally, of course, it's not a question of what I feel or what I personally feel. See, human resource is the most important resource of the organization. It is the only animate resource in the organization. We may have the most automated systems which does not require any human intervention. Does that mean that we don't need motivation and innovation? No, even that automated system to design, implement, and run that automated system, you need a couple of people. And if those people are not motivated, are not innovation oriented, they are not improvement oriented, they don't have a scientific, temper, there is a limit to how even that automated solution can continuously, on a sustainable basis, can achieve. And organizational learning is worth its weight in gold. In TBM, we used to call it institutional capacity building. We were told that when a person leaves, it is not just the individual leaving, it is the entire body of knowledge which that person has acquired which leaves the organization. Innovation leads to learning, and learning leads to more and more innovation. This is the reason why employees in modern organizations need to be continually motivated to innovate. They must have a culture of innovation, and leadership must not just practice innovation, scientific innovation. They must advocate it, they must propagate it and be seen. See, in leadership, one very important aspect is they must not just do it, they must be seen as doing it. Okay. One aspect which I want to talk about in innovation is that innovation at the end of after all, is change. Okay, it may be occasioned by change. There may be changes in external or internal factors like rise in HSD costs or change in government regulations, which lead to the need for innovation. But it is also change by itself. Okay, so the problem is that change meets resistance. There is an inertia. There is a first men make processes and then processes make men. Okay, so after a while you stop questioning. You just submit. The people break all the capacity, lose capacity to break free. I think before me, Swami Atmastananda, he made this point that there is this recalcitrance. This is my personal opinion that especially in our Eastern culture, there is this. We have been trained from our childhood to conform, to accept, to abide, to adhere, not question. Okay, the boss is always right. Don't question the boss. If you question what is happening, then you are vain, you are full of vanity, you are a rebel. Okay. In fact, if you look up the history of innovation, it's been like that even during the medieval ages. And secondly, there is this inferiority complex, if I could just plainly say that. There is a recalcitrance to innovate. When I was in my childhood, Swamiji was talking about education. So I remember, by the grace of God, I was a good student. So whenever the teacher used to ask something in the class, there were occasions when there was a bunch of students, there were certain kind of people who, instead of answering the teacher, would turn back and look at me, as if I am the only wise guy in the class who can answer, and the others have no brains. But it is not really so. It is a question of firstly confidence and self-belief. Even a regional office cashier is capable of offering a bright idea of innovation. There's nothing which stops it. And the organization should have systems to listen and appreciate and act on that. This is where the need for innovation councils arises in organizations. They will listen and collate and ensure that they will be these ideas will be implemented. They are propagated, they are amplified, and they are implemented. How the organization tackles resistance to change is various. It depends on the circumstances. People will have all kinds of fears. People will think that their jobs will be taken away, they will be made redundant, they will have to learn computers, they will be moved to a different assignment, they will be transferred. Their importance may cease because a particular part of the flow sheet is being removed. Sometimes there are, innovative improvements also lead to increased transparency and probity, and that is not liked by many people. How the organization tackles this is really every organization's call, and across geographies, across divisions, etc., etc. Okay. There are no cut and dried solutions to resistance to change. What is important is that the innovation must lead to an improvement. All improvements are not innovations, by the way. There may be a bug in the software and it may have to be debugged in order to make it work properly. That is not an act of innovation. That's a removal of an error. Okay, and innovation must necessarily lead to an improvement, a better way of doing it, as I said in the beginning. And it must have economic value. The organization must perceive economic value in it. It must not be a mere academic exercise or the result of a flight of creativity. Let me put it like this. We are in a changed world. In the last 20 years, we have become a highly globalized world. So the advantages which used to work for organizations previously, the factor endowments and the comparative advantages, unique advantages, no longer exist. So a seller on an e-commerce platform like Amazon or Flipkart is selling to customers in India as well as abroad. So market price, market expectations are given. They are constant. You cannot influence them. Now, what you must do is to calibrate, to bring down and control your costs, make your processes more effective, more efficient, more cost-effective, more effective, in order to stay within that profit and within that market-determined price and become profitable. I mean, become sustainable. As an organization, you should have a future. So the trick lies in constantly improving on an everyday basis. Even the ordinary, see, the organization is like the human body. The brain thinks, the brain does most of the work, but does that mean that the rest of the organization, rest of the body is precluded from any necessity to maintain itself in a trim fashion, to to look after itself, be a well-oiled machinery? No. So the final output in terms of a very good competitive product or a service will happen when the entire organization has a culture of continuous improvement. Every improvement does not necessarily lead to a better product or a better service or a better customer experience. Okay, but there is this groundswell, there is this fever, if I could call it, which is necessary in modern organizations to continuously improve, innovate, and find ways to be better than earlier. So I don't know whether I've said more or I've said less. So with these insights, I would like to end my talk. I hope you have appreciated my train of thoughts. I thank you for listening to my views, and I thank SMU as well as SMIT once again for organizing this webinar in celebration of National Science Day, and for inviting me to say a few words in it. Thanks so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much for your knowledge, and thank you so much for your time. So that really means a lot to us. You have spared your valuable time, for celebrating the day with us. Your presence means a lot to us, sir. If the audience has any questions, you can please put forward your questions, or you can even put it up in the chat. I'll take up the questions one by one. Audience, please, if you have any questions. So I guess there are no questions. However, so the session was really wonderful and knowledgeable. We hope to have more associations with you in the future, sir. Your presence really means a lot to us. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. A monastic member of Sri Sarada Mutt and currently editor of the English journal Samvid, published from New Delhi, she specializes in the areas of Yoga Vedanta. Her additional areas of interest includes the Brahma Sutras with Shankara's commentary, works of Ramana Maharishi and the Bhagavad Gita, a gold medalist and a topper. She has a unique combination of knowledge in the conventional sciences and the traditional yogic and Vedantic texts. She has been lecturing all over India since 2010, which includes esteemed organizations like IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, and many more institutes, renowned institutes of India and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honors
to introduce Revered Pravrajika Divyanandaprana, a monastic member of Sri Sarada Math and Ramakrishna Sarada Mission. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste everyone, and thank you for having me here. I hope I'm clearly audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am.
So I'm happy to be participating in this event, and which is celebrating the National Science Day. So I think what better event could there be in celebrating and I think discussing something about the science of consciousness, which is a subject matter of deep interest to all of you, I'm sure, and all over the world, in fact. So I would like to talk briefly about that, and if you wish, we can take up a few questions towards the end. But for the next few minutes, let us talk about this, the very nature of the subjective sciences, what we are calling subjective science. What we mean to say is today there's a whole lot of interest in this, in the science of happiness, in the science of consciousness, in the technologies to manufacture these, because everybody understands this, that somehow these experiences are subjective in nature. They cannot exactly be quantified as we quantify our objective experiences, but they are very real and they can be manufactured from within. And happiness is a state of our mind. So if we were capable of manufacturing something like this, high level happiness whenever we wanted it, who would not want to know that technology? So on this National Science Day, I think we must put a little focus, pay a little attention to this science also. This is a very important science, which I think we have a spiritual heritage in India, where we invested the greatest minds for the longest periods of our history into this research. It is usually called Yog or Vedant or whatever you call it. They are not mere philosophies. They were praxis. They were ways to take us into this science, the science and technology of consciousness, the science and technology of mind management, the science and technology of happiness. So I would like to just discuss a few points about this. I am working on this line since quite a few years, and recently we also released this book, which I would like to show you. I'm sure many of you would be interested. It's called The Science of Happiness Only. This was a course which I gave at IIT Delhi some time back. Actually, 2 courses along these lines were given, and this book is a compilation of the talks of the first course, but put in a way it would be absorbable even to students, of course faculty members, and all the people who are wanting to study happiness as a science and the ways to it, the technology towards it, what the yogic sciences and Vedanta has to offer about, offer towards this. All of this you will find in this book, Science of Happiness. It's available on Amazon, so you can order it right from there. It is called Science of Happiness according to Yog Vedant. Now, I would like to just discuss a few points about this. One thing is, you see, the criteria which we use for any discipline which we may call a science, usually that involves rational inquiry through observation and inference, verifiability, quantification. Now, a large part of these things can also be applied to the subjective sciences. In fact, today we have developed scales to even measure happiness. You must have heard of the Panas Scale. You can Google it and find out how much of research has taken place on this all over the world. So this scale is actually tracking your positive and negative moods over a specific period of time, the positive and negative effect. And what is it that influences our moods, the states of our mind, and as a result, it actually affects our entire perception, our emotion, and finally the states of our mind, how happy we feel or how sad we feel. So there are ways to measure, quantify, calculate, and technologies to usher in the right states of our mind. Because after all, you see, what's the point in knowing everything from quarks to quasars, but not knowing who we are and how we function? And what is it that leads to the highest reaches of the human consciousness, and how to unfold the highest levels of happiness at will? Just like how today we have all information accessible at just a button. So also, how can we access these very promising ways in which our scriptures speak that there is a higher state of happiness, there is an ecstatic, blissful state? How do we access these? So for that, there are technologies available. This is what we have tried to put together in the science of happiness, the science of consciousness. Let me tell you a few basic things which are very introductory, but it will help us aspire towards this, help us orient our thought in this direction, that what we are calling human consciousness, that the very nature of that consciousness is, it cannot be limited by just sensate experiences. No matter what we have in our lives, we will always be asking, what more is there? What next is there? And the ability of the human mind to actually rise up, climb the ladder of happiness, climb the ladder of higher awareness, and raise the bar of our awareness. This capacity of the human mind to explore it in a systematic, scientific manner and to integrate it into our philosophy of life, this is very important if we have to develop these subjective sciences. That is why a little attention of the faculty today, when I teach this in a few universities also, and when they tell me that Mataji, the main problem is that we don't have faculty trained along these lines. So I always tell them that, you see, faculty trained along any discipline, who will not be interested in this? Who is not interested in the science of happiness? Tell me. So this can be brought into syllabi across many disciplines, because it is part and parcel of human education, the education process. How to develop your mind, how to clear the mind, how to declutter the mind, how to increase awareness levels, how to remain focused, how to take the right decisions. This does not require a special course, although many institutes have made it a special course. This is such an important science that it should be part and parcel of every course. It should be part and parcel of our mainstream education. And this is not about moralizing or about teaching a particular religion or philosophy. It's not at all about that, because it is the science of consciousness. It is giving us those truths about our own existence which have not yet come into the scientific parlance. So Vivekananda very much wanted this. You know, he used to insist that these yogic sciences, they are actually a science, and they are also offering you, don't take them as philosophies or belonging to the realm of religion. It's actually a science, and the more it comes in scientific language with scientific terminology, and in we are able to conduct the research in a scientific paradigm, the more it will be useful to humankind, and we have a wealth of knowledge in our scriptures. In fact, my primary purpose with these universities is to bring that wealth of knowledge from the Yoga Sutras, from the Vedanta, in a scientific format, so as to make it understandable, graspable by the modern generation. And Vivekananda used to say this, that bewildering yogism of the past has to be converted into the most absorbable, productive psychology, positive psychology of today. And the Vedantic ideas, which appear very abstruse and unconnectable, they have to be converted into a means of bringing the highest ideals into everyday life. If we can do this, I think we will be doing a great service to the nation, because all of the problems which we commonly face today in India and elsewhere also are to do with lack of mind training, isn't it? Please see it in your universities itself. In the IITs, I have experienced this again and again. the high levels of depression, stress, and even suicides is only due to this. We do not know how to handle the mental mechanism. We do not know how to think, basically. And we are very, very negatively conditioned by different factors. So a complete understanding of this, how my mind works, how it can work, what changes I can make, how to think positively, continuously, and how to generate my happiness from within. This would be a welcome idea for any university. That's why I used to tell them, when they used to tell me that we don't have faculty trained for this purpose, I told them that, you see, a day will come, and Vivekananda predicted this, that there will be more than enough people who will be interested in this knowledge and who will be able to impart this knowledge. Because this is fundamental to human development. If I don't know how to handle my mind, my emotion, my thought, how to keep my will unidirectional directed towards my goals, then what is the point? No success would matter if these things are not, if we are not in charge of these few things about ourselves, isn't it? Isn't it pretty obvious? That is why this science is part and parcel of mainstream learning, and we should not delegate it to, which we have done in the past, that and it is as secular as ever. I would also like to mention that, because it's about principles, it's not about persons. And the more we are focused on that, the more we will be able to bring this knowledge into our mainstream learning. Let me also introduce to you how yoga sees mind management, because this is just an introduction, because I have very little time to present this whole thing. How does yoga see mind management? So this is the topic of interest for all intellectuals, that what is the nature of this mind and why does it behave the way it behaves? Why does it put me to all sorts of moods? And this negative effect, how to conquer that? So in spite of we being so technologically advanced and having such sophisticated instruments in our hands, we suffer a lot of boredom and frustration, isn't it? So a remedy to that would be an understanding of the nature of the thought process and memories, which are the things we greatly suffer from, which are the actual blessings of our life, but which make us suffer for the simple reason they are wrongly conditioned. So how does yoga see this entire mind management paradigm? This is how it sees it. You see, I'll just give you a simple example here. In the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, there is one particular sutra. The commentary, the most profound commentary on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras is by Vyas. And in that Vyas Parampara, there was another Vyas in which one of whom commented upon this, and he has given us a very, very beautiful understanding of how exactly your perceptions, your sense intake, thought, and memories are connected. So I would like to give you that as a sample here, and you see what a profound and very interesting observation it is. So he called it the Virty Sanskara Chakra. And it is the continuous movement of this chakra that is keeping us busy with our minds day and night, he says. So what is this like? What is this cycle like? See, on an everyday basis, what is happening? Our senses are constantly taking in information from the external world, isn't it? Sense intake. And actually today, in this information age, we are bombarded with information day in and day out. And this information, we may be able to study what exactly it does to our brain, but it is also about time when we study what it is doing to our mind. Mind has this tendency to break into vrittis. Vrittis means modifications of thought. So when the mind breaks into vrittis as a result of this information, you will have different cross currents of thoughts. So this is constantly happening. The more the intake, the more, before even the information is processed, we may have set out 10 streams of thought, and maybe we are working across 10 tracks. Even when you are sitting very silent, please see there are 4 or 5 tracks going on. So when this is the condition, our entire thought world is kept busy by the intake from the senses and by our memories. And memory, how does the yoga science see? This very sutra tells us the same thing also, that memory is nothing but recycled thought. In the sense, these vrittis, these modifications of thought, when they are repeated, many times our thoughts get repeated, isn't it? Especially when they are emotional thoughts. So when they are repeated, they go into the subconscious, they become sanskars, they become deep-rooted impressions, and they again fructify into the conscious mind as memories. So you see, there is a connection between your thought, your subconscious impression, and your memory. Memory is nothing but recycled thought. When you repeat a thought, it becomes a deep-rooted impression, and after some time it will blossom forth in the conscious mind as memory. It stays there, it doesn't vanish. So that is why our memories are nothing but thoughts which we have forgotten. Thoughts which we consciously thought about in the past, but which we forgot. And they were not erased away, they were stored. Today they are blossoming forth again. Once we understand this cycle, so then the Vyas Sutra says that, you see, that is what keeps you busy day and night. Your mind is constantly in this cycle of thought, impression, memory, memories unfolding, again thoughts, sense impressions coming in, again thoughts, again strong impressions, again memories. So this is going on day and night, and this keeps your mind busy and keeps you tired. Because when the mind is thinking and very busy, overthinking and full of even sometimes unwanted thoughts, isn't it? Many times it's unwanted thoughts, all sorts of clutter in the mind, different emotions tangentially moving. So all this builds up stress. All this builds up anxiety symptoms. Even what we are calling ADHD today, attention deficit disorder, to a great extent it is due to over bombardment of information without the ability to process it and digest it. Before we are able to do these things, there is the next set of information falling on the brain, and the mind is in constantly going in this cycle. So you see, it is a very good pen picture of what is happening, the states of our mind. And then Yoga Sutras advise us, that is why it is mandatory for you to try to pause the thought process from time to time. This is actually yoga. Yogastu chitta vritti nirodh. Why nirodh? Why nirodh of your thought process? Nirodh means stopping, stalling, or pausing your thought process. Why should you do that? Because to give the incoming information a chance, some amount of time to become properly integrated in your system. Otherwise, there is only an over bombardment. And secondly, if you don't distance yourself from your thought process, you will get mixed up with it. So that is also the second and third sutras say this. If you don't do yoga, if you don't learn to handle your thought process maturely, you will constantly remain mixed up with it. So when there is some form of irritation in your mind, you are irritated. Some form of anger in your mind, you are angry. Some form of good feeling in your mind, you are happy for that moment. So this will go on as long as you don't learn to pause your thought process a bit and disidentify from it. See it for what it is objectively. You are capable of that. So if you see it like that, at once you will understand you are in charge of your mind. But you compromised on it. You gave in because of the lack of this yogic science. We are simply under the mercy of uncontrolled thought, uncontrolled emotion, and anything impacting our mind from the outside is just carrying us away. So that is why all the internal confusion, the internal instability, leading finally to stress and other things. So ability to handle this is fundamentally yoga. And from these states of mind, very stable states of mind, we come to a deep understanding of our own true nature. It is not the thought process. It is not the ego. Yoga will lead to Vedanta. It will show you that the very nature of your existence is awareness. In awareness, the thought process gets enlivened. You are that awareness at the core of your being. But you never thought about it. You never thought in this way. The lack of yoga and Vedanta in our mainstream learning has made us completely identified with the instruments of our perception, the body and mind. Okay, in a functional world, you need a functioning ego, a kind of identification, identity, that's okay. But to be completely identified only with this and not to have a single inkling of who I truly am, I think that's a very disastrous way of living. So that I need some gadget to keep me engaged, some messages to keep me happy, something to keep me functioning. Otherwise, I will go into frustration and depression. This is a very pathetic state of mind. It will lead to unrequired restlessness, complete frustration, depression, and the hedonic treadmill. It will lead to all these effects. I recently was reading a report which said the average American looks at his WhatsApp every 15 minutes and he's spending 10 minutes, so there's only a 5-minute gap. The mind has become so restless unless you're getting a message, unless you know somebody is responding to whatever you're doing, there's no meaning. It appears like that to a restless mind. So you see, our general philosophy of life, our decisions, what we prioritize in our lives, everything will depend upon the stability of our thought process. And tomorrow, whether we are going to have a knowledge society or we are going to have a sensate civilization or we are going to have a really value-based society will entirely depend on how much attention we pay to the subjective sciences. It is not enough to just chase things and to multiply our consumeristic tendencies so as to keep the economy rolling. It's not enough just to do that. See, it has resulted in the complete exploitation of the planet, isn't it? Today we are having such huge conferences on climate change. I also am invited to so many of these conferences, but I know at the heart, the problem lies in our inability to keep our mind quiet and understand that the basic interconnectedness of life, when you know you are awareness, you know everybody is the same, and you feel a kind of kinship with life. Without this experience, it's only a philosophy of exploitation, of dominance. That will be only natural. So the subjective sciences, I again insist, are not an option. If we really are bothered about the sanity of our societies, of the real true development of our children, of assuring the competence and ability of our grandchildren, you should invest in these sciences. Every university should do it. It is my special appeal to Sikkim University that you pay attention to this. If you read Vivekananda's 4 yogas, you will get a whole wealth of information on this. He used to call Rajayog a complete science of human possibilities. In fact, Huxley gave it the same name. And our students, if they are inspired even with a little bit of this knowledge, as it is said, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. A little bit of this knowledge also will liberate us from great fear, from great tension, from crime, corruption, all this. So let us resolve to bring a little bit of, on this day when we are celebrating the National Science Day, in the true spirit of nationalism, in the true spirit of deep respect for our great spiritual heritage, let us learn to bring these ideas into our learning process. I know many of you, I'm sure, are the faculty of this university. This is my request to you. In some form, try to bring this into the lives of your students. I assure you it will be a great blessing. Today, my IIT students, whom I have been teaching since 4 years, many of them are in the US and Canada and all these places, but they tell me this was the most important thing they learned in IIT, and which was unexpected also. So please bring in this knowledge in some way into your institutions and let me tell you, we will really have a future we will be proud of if we can do that. So I would like to end my talk here and take up any questions if there are questions.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time and for such knowledgeable sessions. Ma'am, if the audience has any questions, you can put forward your questions directly, or you can put it up in the chat. I will take up the questions one by one. Audience, if you have any questions, you can please put it up in the chat, or you can directly ask questions. Ma'am, there are no questions, I guess. However, ma'am, there's one question. Ma'am, I have one question from one of the faculties here. She is Ms. Juma Sunwar, and she has asked, how do we overcome the bad memories? Like, ma'am, you've been stressing a lot on memories. So she just wanted to ask one question as to how to overcome bad memories.
See, that's a very good practical question. Bad memories. I told you memory is nothing but recycled conscious thought. So if you keep changing the nature of your conscious thoughts, consciously what you think, if you make it positive, deliberately, intentionally, consciously, if you work on your thought process, keep your thoughts positive throughout the day, then gradually, as you go on repeating this process, they will become your sanskars, your impressions, and they will unfold as memories tomorrow. They will replace the bad memories. Just now, what has happened? The memory is overpowering the conscious thought process. It's so powerful and it can be negative. So that is why the depression in our lives. The way to overcome this is consciously dedicate yourself to positive thought processes. There is a small video on positive thinking, the miracle of positive thinking. Please watch that video. It will give you also techniques to do this. How to do this? On an everyday basis, how to think positively no matter what your circumstance. And if you succeed in doing this, you know, your thought creates your life, because this is the actual evolution of the human species, that your thought determines almost everything about you. Your life does not create your thoughts create your life. What you repeatedly think, where your consciousness is totally focused upon, that will become the reality of your life. What you repeatedly think, you will become. So then we better learn to think correctly first, to maintain a positive thought process. So the methods to do that are there in that video. It's a small video. Please, you can watch it on YouTube. And if you watch it, you will see that this correction can be done. To the extent we do this, we will be able to handle our life. Otherwise, the bad memory will keep circulating in our head and interfere with our life in a big way. So that is why all the sanskars which were given to us, you see, that have your exposures, good reading habits, a little meditation every day, and kindness, sharing, caring, such a temperament, if all this is cultivated, naturally positivity reigns in the mind. So this is the whole idea. To put it into practice is the big thing. I hope this is okay.
That was really, really wonderful, ma'am. I'm sure that is not only for Juma madam, but that's for everyone who's listening. I guess we really need to practice, or we really need to work on, controlling our thought process. I guess this is really important, not only for the students, but for the faculties as well, because we also at some point of time, we tend to, the graph of our life tend to go down. So that I guess these are really important, vital, important things which will help us, come back to our life again and start working. I guess these are really important. And ma'am, thank you so much for your time, valuable time, and such wonderful session. And we look forward for a fruitful association with you, ma'am, because sessions like this are really, really required. You are absolutely true. So not only the lessons and the the courses, however, something that's unexplained, the science that you explained, that you talked about, is really essential in our life.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, and one humble request, ma'am. Could you please repeat the name of the video, ma'am?
The Miracle of Positive Thinking.
Thank you, ma'am. I just got it down.
By Pravrajika Divyanandaprana. You
Thank
can
you, ma'am.
put it on YouTube and you'll get the video.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful session and your time. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you everyone for the session. Our session for the first half is over right now. We will join for the other sessions post lunch at 2:30. We'll continue with our sessions post lunch at 2:30. We will have our feedback sessions in between, maybe at around 4:30. Your feedback is really important to us because that will help us, work more and so that we can become better in our presentations and in our way of working. So your feedback is really important. So kindly give us your feedback by 4:30. We would be joining the same link. Yes, we will be joining in the same link. Hello? Hello, sir. ओके होइन मैले चाहिँ जितेन्द्र सरलाई फरवर्ड गरिदिएँ होइन तपाईँले मलाई पिनाकी सरसित बात मार्नु भन्नुभयो अन्त त्यहाँदेखि पिनाकी सरले चाहिँ फेरि जितेन्द्र सरलाई भन्नु भन्नुभयो होइन अन्त पिनाकी हजुर 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 न्युजपेपरमा होइन what I was planning to do is हाम्रो अब एउटा स्टुडेन्टले पाएको होइन सर रिकग्निसन अन्त अब इट इज अ गुड थिङ फर SMIT सो इफ वी क्यान प्रोजेक्ट इट भन्ने मात्रै हो मेरो चाहिँ हजुर हजुर ए हुन्छ होइन ए हजुर हुन्छ सर हुन्छ सर हुन्छ त्यसमा चाहिँ सर कसरी हाल्नु थ्रु डाइरेक्टर सर कङ्ग्रेचुलेट गरेको चाहिँ हालिदिनु सक्छ हजुर हुन्छ सर फोटो पठाइदिन्छु हुन्छ सर ए हुन्छ हुन्छ सर हुन्छ सर थ्याङ्क यू Hello? Yeah, yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being with us post-lunch, and we will be continuing with our session. We will be continuing with our session. Our next invited guest, he joined the Wildlife Institute of India in the year 1995 as a biologist in the multidisciplinary forestry research, education and extension project in the Great Himalayan National Park, Himachal Pradesh. His areas of specialization are landscape ecology, species and habitat restorations, human-wildlife conflict resolution mechanisms, and integration of advanced technologies in wildlife research and management. He is involved in an applied research project on the tiger and the associated species. He is also the author of several publications of both national and international repute. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honors to introduce Dr. K. Ramesh. Currently, he is Scientist E at Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for this introduction. And first of all, my compliments to all of you and wish you all the Science Day. So am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I also wish to thank organizers, particularly Shantanu, who contacted me to be part of this very important event. I see it's been nicely organized with a lot of eminent people. So my presentation, I think I'll share now. If somebody can just confirm if it is visible. Is it visible?
Not yet, sir.
Is it showing up? No.
No, sir.
Or has it been disabled? Give control, it says.
Sir, what does the message read? So we have made you the presentation. I'm sure you'll be able to share it from your end.
I am sharing. I already shared. Is it visible? I've already shared.
Yes, sir. Now it is.
Now it's visible?
Yeah. Now it is visible, sir.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So coming to this particular discussion on advancement in conservation technology, I think technology has been one that has been talked about very widely. But in this particular presentation, I'm trying to link with the applied part of this technology when it comes to natural resource management. So technologies are many, and important point about the technology for us is to see how this can be integrated and institutionalized. Some of the technology that I'll be talking today include the remote sensing GIS, which also I will be touching upon the knowledge management, the drone technology, telemetry, camera trap, sensors, including electronic eye or electronic surveillance technology. I'll take you through different sections of the natural resource management and how the technology is linked and basically allowing us to understand the system or the theme better and also to be effective in terms of the management. So one of the important thing in science, particularly in ecological science, is to talk about large scale issues. I think many of you would agree that many problems that we face now have a large scale environmental linkages, be it climate change, be it sustainable development goals, and other issues, even diseases, pandemics and things like that. Landscape ecology as a science has root in the large scale environmental understanding, because people wanted to really see what you see now as a pattern comes from what kind of processes. So the pattern and process linkages are so strong that pattern reflects the process and process leads to the pattern. So landscape ecology as science emerged very strongly since 1980s. Now it's one of the very popular, rather the driving the science in many of these problem solving disciplines. So one of the key things that is about the landscape ecology is about the quantitative techniques. So how do you measure? How do you understand the system much better than what you and I can actually see? So what we know is about when we look at the space, we always think, there are a lot more space means more area for animals to survive. So that's true. So when you're managing any protected area or managing any wildlife, so we tend to see from a very small boundaries. But these animals do not have the boundaries. They move beyond the boundaries. When they move beyond the boundaries, they take into landscape context, meaning that there are areas where these animals thrive and breed, but the animals also disperse. You can take an example for tiger, you can take an example for migratory species, you can take example for aquatic fish species. They migrate to our streams and migrate long distance. All of them happen. So we need to really understand the space as one of the components, trying to understand what this space means to us in terms of resources. If there are more resources, if the habitat is good, better, then you'll get more individuals or species. So we could actually understand from an example from Madhya Pradesh that when the animals started going, both ecological and genetic component were at play. So thereby we had to really see from a very large landscape context, because there are areas which are source areas, meaning animals are breeding. There are areas, sink areas, whereby the animals are dying. There are intervening areas where the stepping stone, satellite core, all sorts of things. So the complexity can only be understood through the quantitative technology, which is the landscape ecology that is offering. Yeah. So when you look at that large landscape, the first thing that comes to our mind is whether or not these areas are connected. When you say connected, it is not structurally or physically connected, it's functionally connected. Because connectivity is not just an object. Suppose when you say an animal coming from one place or other, the migratory pathways. So they may not be physically connected, but then they are functionally connected. They fly over. Similarly for terrestrial cyst animals. So sometimes you might only see a forest as a habitat, but they might be using agricultural feed or they might be using something else. So we have to really, this particular technology allowed us to understand the function aspects of the science. So here is an example. When we try to put a tiger in a place or any other animal in a place, so when it wants to move across the landscape, how does it go? What basically resists them? So we create a resistant surface. So when you create a resistant surface based on human footprint or some other obstructions, then you can identify which is the potential place where the flow is possible, the resistance is less. So based on that current flow, the centrality that we call, there is a methodology that is known as a least cost path analysis. There is also circuitscape theory. But using that, we can understand which of the landscape unit has a central play to the whole area. So that allows us to place importance to that area. That's about the landscape units itself. Regarding this movement, based on the resistance, the flow will be higher. Okay, you can always see where the flow is higher. Then those are the areas you can say it's a very important area, or maybe that is an area where connectivity is possible. So you can protect them. So these kind of technological solutions are allowing us to plan better and also rationalize the resources. The second aspect to the connectivity is that also to do with the individual behavior. because animals, male, female, have the ability to disperse long distances. So depending on the animal behavior, depending on the sex of the animal, the connectivity also changes. If the animal has a large dispersal ability, you have large connectivity. If the animal cannot disperse, then the connectivity is broken. So it cannot be taken like one way that everything is connected to everything. It is not like that. So these aspects are actually there one by one. So we really needed to understand these dimensions. But the good part is this landscape science as a the basic fundamental scientific backstopping and the quantitative analytical tools which are emerging out of this scientific background, allowing us to understand large scale problem more easily and also allowing us to plan strategies which can be more effective. Yeah. Other sophisticated emerging technology that we want to take note of are these. I mean, of course, the satellite remote sensing geographic information system is well known. It is not a new technology, but what is new is the scale and resolution with which we are getting this information now. What used to be a very specialized domain of image processing, getting the data, because use of GIS data was huge task in the past. Now those things have been reduced. Now we have large scale data. There's open source sites where you can download the processed image. It has allowed even non-experts to utilize this technology. So you could actually use the data downloaded from any sources straight away and apply and then implement. So satellite remote sensing now supported by drones. Earlier we used actually the satellites onboard scanners. Now UAVs have come because people say it's a revolutionizing ecology and management because it can map forest with high resolution. It can allow surveillance. We can just do a repeated mission. No, we can also have an interface with other data collection procedures because it has got automated process and it can actually be less risk to human because there's no man involved and it's much controllable and the flying height is lower. So you can maneuver the technology much better than other satellite remote sensing and other technology that is available. So I'll be talking in detail about the the unmanned vehicle, which is otherwise popularly called drones, subsequently, because government of India has come up with a policy for the drone. It's very important for the listeners to really understand because it allows for the first time in India where this technology could be utilized and used by people across the country with more efficiency. Telemetry. Telemetry is a technology which allows the way of life of animal. Many animals, many birds, they're very secretive. We do not know what they are doing. But for their management, we need to understand them better. So if a tiger is giving a birth, how long does it take for them to disperse? When they move, where do they go? What kind of system they follow? So things like that, there's a lot more that can be understood. Suppose if there are migratory birds, where are they coming from? Where do they stay? And what kind of problem they face? So telemetry now, earlier it used to be a lot of ground-based VHF tracking system. Now this is advanced so much, we could have an interface with our cellular network, GSM network that we call, and satellite. There could also be local network which you can actually connect it to a laptop. So things can actually be combined and developed. So all these options are evolving and people have started using. There are also interfaces like a virtual fence where you can also decide on the proximity. If an animal is going or coming closer to some distance, you can get an alarm. Now the telemetry, the collar that you see here on this animal can have a two-way communication. Earlier it used to be one-way communication. Once you put the transmitter on the animal, it just transmits data, you receive it. Now the receiver also can actually communicate with the caller even after deployment. So that enhances the understanding capabilities of the telemetry technology. We can talk to this, we can modify, you can program it the way we want. Suppose I want the data to be collected every hour or every 3 hours, every 4 hours. I want to switch this gap depending on the time. We can do all that. So all these things are now possible with this current advancements. So As you see here, we can also embed RFID technology. RFID, most of you are aware, all this price tags when you go to supermarket. So all the malls, when people are just using this RFID barcode, so that is nothing but an RFID, which is actually known as a passive RFID. Passive RFID can only read, it's a close distance. Yeah. There are also active RFIDs. Active RFIDs can have a distance of up to 500 meters. So there are situations these RFIDs can be used and the data could be collected through a fixed unit or flying UAV or sometimes microlight aircrafts. People have been doing it in Africa. So it also allows for us to understand the behavior, interaction between animal and things like that. So one good thing about RFID tags are they are not very heavy. It can be attached to an animal fairly, with lightweighted. So it doesn't feel like there is something on this animal. So like I said, also the interface, once you put this transmitter on animal, you can collect through satellite, you can actually get through handheld receiver or also through GSM operator, all connected to your laptop or your mobile phone, so that you can really get this information on a almost real-time basis, so that even for research or for management, you are in a position to decide on your actions. Like I said, the telemetry and the knowing the way of life, because the animal has this unit and it communicates on a regular basis, we can understand where it is going, what it is doing, where it is resting, whether or not it's interacting with other animal, how far it is ranging, all that. So the technology transfer is one of the important things that has happened in the country, from what is to be a sophisticated technology handled only by the researcher. Now it's been transferred to the ground level staff. So where required, whether it's for human-wildlife conflict or reintroduction of the animal, where the frontline staff are involved, these are now being kind of controlled through this technology transfer process. One of the biggest problem with the technology, or its success or its failure, depends on how well we have been able to transfer the technology, how well we've been to, not just to transfer the technology, it's just like, oh, I have the technology, you just have it. Not like that. Hand over with the proper training. Therefore, they're able to utilize the technology better. So only then the technology will survive. So that is what happened. If you're buying a TV at home, if it is not installed properly, if it is not handled properly, if it is not trained properly, and it can just be spoiled. So similar goes for even the sophisticated technologies. Even if you're transferring it, it cannot be transferred unless proper training. So once you do this, then the success can be ensured. So there are situations where the technology is a critical requirement. Now you see this an example from the state of Uttarakhand, where leopards were creating a problem. I mean, in terms of seeing close by human habitation with the risk to children, and people are very panicky of those situations. So these animals were actually captured and radio tagged. So you could actually monitor these animals where they are moving from different locations across the state. You could see this picture. There is a leopard that was captured in Roorkee, and it was brought across the Ganges into this, the Haridwar Forest Division close to Rajaji Tiger Reserve. After proper treatment, everything, this animal was radio tagged and released. You can see this movement. I mean, this is where this concentrated point is where it was originally captured, and this is where it was released. This animal actually explored. After releasing, it went to explode here and went all over, went up to Haridwar, tried all sorts of efforts to get back to the place where it was captured. Finally, one day, it did cross the Ganges. It was for the first time we knew that leopard could actually negotiate water. We knew the tiger could do, but it was always an understanding. The basic knowledge was that leopard would not cross water. So this was a new information. Not only that, even if you translocate far away, if the animal has established the home, it will come back. So more important to understand this. Otherwise, generally what we do, whenever we see something, we just capture and release it elsewhere. But after releasing, it is important to monitor. But with this kind of very fine scale GPS data, we could actually monitor this animal came back to this original place. Similar was other leopard, which was caught higher up in the mountain, Narendranagar division. You can see here Rishikesh and Muteri. So it was again captured and brought back here in a place where rescue facility treated and then released. It explored, it went around here and there, and finally it reached its own place. So these information was actually giving us a very important insight as to when you are dealing with such animal in interface, it's important to know that these are not going to stay elsewhere unless you are picking the right animal at the right time. If you delay the process, if the animal establishes home, it's very difficult to remove that. It will come back. One good thing that has happened was, contrary to what the previous knowledge was, when they come back during the process of return, they do make a lot of damage. But if you're releasing in the more familiar environment, they can negotiate and come back. So it's basically what it says is animals can or do negotiate human. It is a human who has not learned the skill of negotiating the nature. We are only maybe exploiting the resources, but then not as much as careful. There was another example of an elephant, which was found in the Bale area of the BHL area, Haridwar. And this is a part of the Haridwar Forest Division. So this actually killed a human. So there were a couple of people who were killed. Of course, you know that when the people are killed, there's so much of response will be natural, whether from public, district administration, as well as from political bosses. So finally, this animal had to be captured. So I think that's what we see. Whenever we see such situation, the first choice is always to capture the animal, and then maybe plan its translocation to elsewhere. It was done. So after this was done, this is the animal. You can see it's a beautiful male, tusker, 15 to 20 years old. I mean, you can see this picture, how beautiful it is, and it's full. It looks like full grown, but it's a young, prime young animal. And after it was done, so this was a place where actually this eastern part, it was translocated. Once it was translocated, this animal was roaming around for quite a bit of time. It was mostly the other side of the Ganges. So we thought that, okay, the problem is solved. Since this animal has been captured and released here, the Ganges is in between. So you can actually note the time period. It was in the month of January. So I think January to May, it must have been a pretty cold water. Maybe this animal did not venture into, it was avoiding. But after that, in the month of May, when the water became normal, and also the flow was also not so much, so it crossed over and came back again. So this animal could cross again the Ganges, somewhere it found the way. It was told by the field observers that, this animal was actually being accompanied by an adult male. Although this was settled down with the other group, it was common. It seems that there were communication among them. It could communicate and then get an understanding. Then this male walked over Ganges, took him along, and then released the other side. So this, while we were trying to translocate, I think this animal elephant itself is guiding this young one to be its own home area. So because this being a young animal must be coming here and then going, usually what happens is the young elephant, they are the one which basically get agitated because they're very scared. Adult elephants do not cause so much damage. So with this telemetry technology, we could actually see where it came back. Once again, it became a problem. This animal was captured and then captivated. This is still in a very good condition, the captivity. Camera trap, it's one of the very, very fast evolving technology which is being put in place all across. You can see the snow leopard here. I picked up very specifically this picture because snow leopard is supposed to be the rarest carnivore in the high mountain. Ever since we started putting the camera trap, we started seeing a very good population all over. We're seeing this animal from here all across. So these, because with the camera trap, the secret animal, because nighttime animal which you generally don't get to see them, they are being seen. These animals are also not only they're just getting the picture of this animal and also using this particular technology to come up with the population size. So national level, India, many of you are aware, we have an all India population estimation for tiger, and that's done only through the camera trap technology, which is giving us what is the minimum number of tiger that we have and things like that. So there are so many such options are available with the automatic technology. Now there are more options coming. The technology's size is evolving. The packaging is evolving. We can understand much more than tiger number or any other animal's number. We know the behavior. You see this picture where we can clearly see the bear is carrying the babies. If any of you want to know that how bear is carrying his baby, it's like this. Cats generally carry in the mouth. So there are different behavior for different animals. All this could be recorded and documented through this camera trap technology. And now, whenever there are, you must be hearing this, the animals are being poached and they're being, transported to many places. But then the government has also been activated. They have different forces to seize this kind of illegal trade of wild animals and parts, particularly with the tiger or leopard, other animals where the skin matters. We use a DNA technology, but now this stripe pattern, once recorded, it's already available. So it's easy for anyone to now cross-check and find out from where this animal has been captured or killed. So now we have the repository of the camera traps with the Wildlife Institute, National Tiger Conservation Authority. With this combination, we could actually see this is the animal which is coming from this particular part. So with the camera trap, we can also understand the home range, the intensity of use areas, many things, even the prey population, all of them are now possible now. So other technology that we often talking about and wants to go big scale is the virtual fences or early warning systems. So these are sensors that can be put out on the fence areas, act like a fence, but in virtual fence, allow us to pick animal or human depending on our objective. It also allows us to do the wildlife population monitoring generally, behavior, poaching activities, fire, so many of them. So you basically put out, there are sensors involving thermal sensors, motion sensors, PR infrared sensors. So all the sensors are now available and that can be integrated with the existing camera trap or other devices. So where you can pick this information. So this is one of the sensor known as electronic surveillance, which is about, placed on a tower like this. You can see 5 kilometer radius, a thermal sensor, seeing about 5 kilometer radius, you can imagine it's a huge area and 24/7, it's a monitoring. So it is connected to the internet base station. When it is connected to the base station, then literally you can see what is happening around this 5 kilometer radius area from each tower. So it's a revolution in a way that you could see everything 24/7 sitting wherever you want, as long as you have the internet connectivity. Yeah. So that allows, in many places, this has been established. And some places is really giving you very effective information and monitoring. Those places where we did not know animal movement, conflict situations, all of them are able to now detect it through this. So coming more specifically to drone, okay. So I think very colloquially we keep using this term drone. It's actually called unmanned aerial vehicle or unmanned aerial systems. Yeah. So they have multiple types. You can classify the drones into broadly 3 types. Copters, it could be multicopters, hexacopters, right? Quadcopters. They are basically known as a rotary wing aircrafts. Helicopter is example for rotary wing aircraft. The fixed wing aircraft or fixed wing drones are the one is like a plane, any plane, domestic airplane or international airplane. It's belong to the category of fixed wing. There is one more which is called hybrid drone, which is a combination of fixed wing or rotary wing or combination of copter or plane called hybrid. It's also known as VTOL. This is VTOL means vertical takeoff and landing. So you have these classification of the drone because it's important for you to recognize these variations that exist in the market. It's useful to create real-time data, okay, for habitat mapping, monitoring. And you see this once the drone collects a picture, you can stitch it together and get much fine resolution. We are getting a drone picture of less than 5 centimeter resolution and things like that. So you know, like as if you're saying from air, it's a real time visualization. Post-processing, of course, required, but then with a lot of interface software increasingly available, one doesn't need to really worry about what may be the problem, because things are evolving both technology side as well as the image processing side. So you can see this. So another important point about this drone is allowing us to collect the data from a predetermined point, because all the drones, I mean, almost the one that we really like to deploy, would have an autopilot. When we have an autopilot can actually fly from fixed location. So even the commercial flight that you, some of you have been traveling. So after the taking off, even taking off can be done by an autopilot. After taking off, then everything is just autopilot. Just switch off to autopilot mode. Then autopilot, depending on the wind, depending on the situation, he or she maneuvers. So in our situation, when you know these are my points where I want a monitoring to be done, these are the points there is something that I want to check. These are the points I want to do a surveillance. You can prefix your GPS points and then ask the drone to go. Then it basically just follows the prefix points. So you have the ground station and the launch it. It just keep going those prefix point. This green point, let's say it's a prefix point. The drone can actually go around and come back. So it could be a conflict site. It could be vulnerable entry point. Maybe people are just coming there. So basically, you can combine them both together. This particular design allows us to look at both conflict site as well as the entry point site. Now, I think a lot of flexibility these days the technology is offering us. So although the technology is not the solution, but then the option that you're getting is huge. These options can help any professionals to make informed choices. And coming to the payload, I mean, what we call them, what the drone can carry, that's called payloads. So payload of the drone includes these. So basically you have cameras, you have sensors, carry boxes. So these are the three form of payloads that we can think of. So camera is one payload. So what size of the camera you're putting, what weight it is, what combination it is, that's one class of payload. So it could be cinematographic camera, because you've seen a lot of movies, aerial shots are being done. So that's a cinematographic. There is RGB cameras, is a normal camera, then FLR cameras, multispectral cameras where you're using it for high resolution mapping. Then sensors, LIDAR sensors, other ISR sensors, we have them. Carry boxes, medical aids, like general carry, like for example, you have water carried for fire situation, you have medical boxes to be delivered. You have seen in the news during the COVID, vaccines have been delivered, blood have been transferred. So many of them are now, many of the health professionals are also using. Of course, you also heard the agriculture. Recently, Prime Minister of India has also launched drones specifically for agriculture, right? So things are really moving fast. And while government of India is also pushing that self-resilient on many of the technology, other side, we are also expanding the deployment. Now, the drones have different categories. There are nano category, micro category, small category, medium category, large category. Depending on the payload and the weight, so this can actually be there. Because nano category cameras and drones cannot carry many of them. So similarly, micro, but small categories can go beyond. Medium can go even further. Large can go further, but then it can also carry heavy weight, which means it could be high resolution or it can carry high capacity deliveries. So I touched upon few, but if you're seeing this particular slide, you know that the drone has application in almost all sectors: tourism, agriculture, urban development, traffic, forest and wildlife, healthcare, security, mining, disaster management, oil and gas, telecom, insurance, health. So I think it's really touching almost all aspects of our life. Of course, any technology can be misused. That is the reason that we all need to be better informed. You have more users than misuses, and only insane person would like to use it, but any common situation, it needed. Therefore, keeping some of the misuses is what so far we have been waiting. But now government decided that, okay, when we have the confidence level to deal with everything, so misuses can be handled, therefore we can go ahead. I think this whole policy of the drone application has been revolutionary from an Indian context, rather a global context, because we are the big player and the intellectual player who can actually use and apply this technology. So just explaining further into what exactly these payloads means. So what all this different thing that I said in the previous slides, purposes you can understand. So if it is a cinematography, then it can be used for mapping, that can be used for inspection, agriculture, mining, monitoring, industrial purposes. So these classification help us to pick our choices, accordingly decide on. So use of drone in India, I mean, you've seen all this news as like 2019, probably first time you start seeing this, no? Anti-CS, Delhi police use drone to keep track of protesters. Drones were used by police in Salambur area that witnessed violence to identify miscreants. Also, UP police used drones for surveillance houses during anti-CA protest. You could see this 2019. Then 2020, the locust attack. We saw this huge locust that was coming from the west. So locust attack had affected about now the hectare in 20 districts of state. So in Samod village, after the approval of civilization, proved utility of drone as an additional support in reaching difficult terrain for anti-locust operation. That was done, combating operations. Then April 2020, you see this inclusion of drone service or government services, involving basically fight against COVID. So FICCI reviewed the use of drone in China and other countries during the pandemic and sought a change in the regulatory framework for civilian drones in India. That's happened. And then we see again May 2020, over 500 drones measured India's rural land from Kanyakumari to Kashmir and Shillong to Somnath. This is a part of the project where Survey of India is involved. In fact, the drone that you see is very popular now. In fact, we have been using this. So 6 states signed a MOU with the Survey of India for drone survey for rural areas and implementation scheme. So, but then going back, May 16, I think it's probably error here. So May, it's 2021. Prime Minister's Faisal Bima Yojana, they also started using remote sensing technology. June 21, the National Highway Authority also started using drone for their own planning operations. Yeah, but drone was in India used or promoted by us. I mean, from the wildlife perspective, way back in 2013, for the first time in India, drone was used in Kaziranga Tiger Reserve. Yeah. So you can see this picture. This was the first image and anywhere in the country, but done popularly. So the minister of the forest minister in Assam is there, is launching it. It was part of the conservation drone that was done by us and some of this conservation professional who are in the picture. Then we followed that up with Panna Tiger Reserve. So trial and error was done and we deployed camera traps. So you can see this 2013, actually the launch pad for all the development that has taken place. So you can see this whole development of drone technology so far, starting with basic control to camera transmitting technology to now completely commercial suitability. Things have evolved so fast. And now the drone policy 2021, which has made everything much more easier. No? So August, it was 2021, it was produced, and this has been an amazing development, I would say, for a technological application in the country. It really helped a professional to choose whether you are applying nanotechnology, micro or medium or large, all sorts. So until then, there was no regulations. There were restrictions, but no regulations. And that is now kind of eased out. And the revised policy is probably one of the most user-friendly policy, particularly if you have a very service mindset. If it is a business, that's a different issue. If it is for research and monitoring and other education purpose, it is there. So it is a rule that we call them 2021 drone rule. And you can see this evolution of this drone rule starting with October 2014. You see that the launch of our project in 2013 is catapulted into the development of the policy. Because we have in writing that Dehradun Civil Aviation did not even have the drone policy. So 2013 really pushed this follow-up, and then 2014 we have the first the notification restricting the drone launch. In fact, it also precedent somebody is actually taking a picture in Varanasi, which is restricted, but then this is how the whole process evolved and went up to 2019, the drone policy, the revised policy in 2021. So these classification that I said earlier on is also goes with weight classes, nano, all these categories, and some of the examples are provided here. And what it means is, under this drone policy, if it is nano category, the certain permission processes are not required. Micro category and certain permissions are provided. As we move along, restrictions are higher, but then it has been exempted now recently with the further notifications. Okay, so earlier we also needed a drone pilot license. It's not required as long as we are able to keep other conditions fulfilled. And other important regulation that came up, identifying fly zone, no fly zone. Anything closer to airport, then there are red zone. Then you have orange zone, the yellow zone, no, and green zone. So things like that. So you could actually keep having zones depending on the distance from that particular target. So this also allows where you can fly, where you cannot fly, or where somewhere you may need a permission. So this is also kind of facilitating process. So, but then the exemption has been given to research, development, testing purposes, institutions, authorized testing entities, and some of you are interested in startups. So those are also being given support system so that people can actually develop the drone technology in a big way. And this is a summary of what is required, which of the organization that can actually get away with the permission process that is there. One other important thing that has come in the drone policy is also insurance policy. They have also invoked the Motor Vehicle Act 1988, thereby if any accident that takes place because of the drone, that can be covered under this insurance policy. So it can also be for the third party policy also is there. So you can have them comprehensive policy. All these have been now mandated, but then third party liability is the mandatory one. So you can keep having these policies as a part when you're buying a drone, when you're using it, maybe having this policy will also help. So finally, this picture should capture, as we hear the fight that is going on in Ukraine, and we heard the fight in Afghanistan. So mostly the drones were only heard or seen for kind of attack purposes, destructive purposes. Okay, this is where the picture says, I used to be a war drone until they helped me discover my humanitarian side. It's not that technology can always be used good and bad, but I think the drone technology, which is started more from attack point of view, now it's come for a humanitarian point of view with agriculture, health sector and things like that. So therefore it's up to us how the technology can be used. So, but then these options are available. The choices have to be made very judiciously and applied with the right support system and probably with the right kind of technology transfer. Finally, I would say the technology will only go or be useful for its worth when it is managed better. So technology or anything that is generated out of the technology has to be managed. So I call that knowledge management and then decision support. These are one of the large integrated things. The aim is to enable knowledge management, decision support and visualization. So when you have the technology, so whether you're using remote sensing technology or the drone technology, we try to create this spatial database. So multiple spatial database that can be generated and that can be kept. So these database allow us to manage the knowledge and can be used when there's a decision to be made. So it's an interlinked knowledge management decision support system. So photo identification and one of the database that I said earlier on, it's also knowledge management. Otherwise, people are collecting pictures everywhere. If it is not managed, it has no use. There is one of the software that is available known as Extract Compare. Basically manages any objects based on the artificial intelligence image detection technology, where you can actually lay some kind of grid on object and then find out where the certain specific objects are common, and those objects are identified, and then you can create an image. So when you get a next image, you compare it and then identify whether the same animal or not. So this is one Extract Compare. And then there's also ArcGIS. I'm not a promoter of ArcGIS, but then there are systems like ArcGIS and others available for this enterprise situation, web enabled, you can share data, you can manage data, you can upload from anywhere, you can download from anywhere, as long as internet is available. And then there are also modeling and risk assessment, a priori fixing what is likely to happen. When the flood is going to happen, fire is going to happen, we can identify and then prepare ourselves. That is what some of the Western countries are able to evacuate quickly. Of course, India, we also evolved so big, and many situations, sometimes through the technology, sometimes through the experience, people will be able to respond. But these technologies are available for us to use. And at the end of the day, any technology getting transferred and to be used, it is not that people who do not have technology knowledge may not know anything. Integrating the knowledge with experience will make it more effective. So therefore, the collaborative learning and advanced planning is another technological solution that is emerging globally. Because this is a picture actually from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver where we visited. We could understand that how using the remote GIS technology or the drone technology, people could sit together and then discuss, okay, this is what we see. This is what the future looks like, what kind of option that we can look. So whether district planning strategies or other planning process, development processes, I think it's very important. Currently, we face this issue when there's a project developed, we face a restriction, we face restrictions, and there are problems being faced, everybody invested. So there are deadlocks in many situations. To avoid all this, if we start collaborative learning and advanced planning, I think the development and conservation can go hand in hand rather than being one is pitted against other. So finally, whatever we talk about, technology is a tool, but at the end of the day, it's a science. But if a science has to get into an action, it needs to align with the policy. The science policy interface can only be enabled through a strong public participation in the governance. Okay, then only it can increase the commitment among stakeholders. Otherwise, I as a professional, you as a professional, we can do whatever we want. But people will not take it unless they understand. Because only then, once the stakeholders are involved, then it will strengthen the compliance and enforcement.
So thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Here. With more than 7 years of experience in teaching and 6 years of research experience, her areas of specialization include image analysis and processing, speech and signal processing, computational intelligence, artificial intelligence, assistive technology. She has guided several research scholars. She is also the recipient of several awards for her contribution in the field of research and academics. May I have the honors to introduce our next invited speaker, Dr. M. Krishnaveni, Assistant Professor, SS, Department of Computer Science, School of Physical Sciences and Computational Sciences, Avinashilingam University. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the authorities of Sikkim Manipal University and the invitees from the organizing team who have given a wonderful and very auspicious an opportunity for me for presenting my experience of handling technology together with science, integrated with computer science also, so that I would like to share my experience with all you with a few information related to how computers and technology has provided a boom in. Shall I present my slide?
Yes, ma'am, you can share your slides.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
So it's very nice that Government of India has given the topic today as integrated approach in science and technology for sustainable future. So this theme is for this year's Science Day celebration, and all over India, I think all the universities, colleges, schools are celebrating this day, and I'm very fortunate enough to present in this particular very important, significant day as it has been celebrated as our National Science Day. So I'm here to present how technology has improved a lot and how it has helped the humankind to go with their life in a sustainable manner. So we all know that science is a thing which always exists in this world, but whereas technology is new innovation, new creation, new introduction. So that is being done by mankind. So we are helping ourselves in our future, in our day-to-day life. So how it helps and what are the different types of computer technologies available here? I've prepared my PPT in such a way that it gives the information both audio as well as video so that it could be interesting to the students. So today's world, we know everywhere the science and technology plays a major role. It is not only when we have an experience of going to the foreign countries, we have observed that even a person at home without a job will be having lot of apps, lot of dashboards with them. So to understand what is the weather, what type of traffic is available there. So it was earlier before 15 years. So it is not new to our at present in India. Now we are able to go with a lot of mobile apps for booking the cabs, for by booking the tickets, and to understand the traffic analysis of the road. So all these things are nowadays it is booming in India. So technology plays a major role from booking a ticket with the theaters or booking a ticket in for the flight or to treat diseases. So from treating diseases till simple work of booking a ticket, everything is being done through technology. So without integrating technology with science, I think we cannot imagine our future. So first of all, how the science and technology is going to rule the education in future. So all you can see from the picture, you can understand that a robot is taking a class. So robot is nothing else, it is a physical machine. So what we are trying to prepare and bring out from the robot is it should listen, it should speak, it should express the emotions. So all these things should be integrated with that particular technology. So this is the way that instead of a teacher, instead of an instructor or a trainer, the robot itself acts as a teacher and it will educate the student. So that is one kind of technology that we are expecting in the near future. And more importantly, this particular technology goes with speech, natural language processing, because the natural language processing is an important technology of computer science. Next is AR in education. So what is AR? Is expansion is augmented reality. We have two types of reality, augmented reality and virtual reality. So augmented reality is nothing but creating a new world to solving the problem and having a collaborative technology. So what is VR is virtual reality. We create it as a simulator. Based on that simulation, we learn something. So both this AR and VR plays a significant role in education. And hereafter, the interactivity, the engagements, all happens with augmented reality in education. You can see a short video of it.
The magic of augmented reality is not limited to social.
Is the audio clear? Is the audio clear? Madam?
Yes, ma'am. The audio is clear, ma'am.
The magic of augmented reality is not limited to social media apps or mobile games. Today, AR is a highly sought after technology in many fields, particularly education. Be it classrooms, medical procedure rooms, military camps, or manufacturing assemblies, customized AR apps can offer the best training. Experiencing AR doesn't require buying bulk headsets or devices. Just with your mobile phone and its camera, you can enjoy the immersive AR experience. So how does augmented reality transform digital learning experience? It's said that the human brain processes visuals 60,000 times faster than text. 90% of information transmitted to the brain from our senses happens to be visual. For example, a theoretical lecture on human anatomy is less effective than a 3D modeling powered by an AR application. AR applications in classrooms can improve learning experience, simplify complex concepts, enhance student engagement, and motivate learners. Manufacturing and automotive companies use AR to optimize industrial work training. Augmented reality can let employees get hands-on practice, identify more training opportunities, provide a safe learning environment, and support novice remote workers on the field. Augmented reality has eliminated the time and location barriers that constrain learning. With custom application development companies like Finjit, you can experience the endless scope of AR in education. Is your organization ready to gain experience from simulation-based learning? Get started with our AR experts today.
So today's learning is no more with blackboards. Definitely, we are going to minimize the time spent in learning, and we are going to introduce new technologies. So everything is going to be simulation form of learning. So that is what is being helped through augmented reality. So next is how the science and technology is being utilized in sports in near future. So earlier, the heartbeat, the speed of the athlete, the height, how the fatigue rate of the particular sports person, all been it has been identified and monitored based on the manual way. So nowadays we are going to introduce the technology by giving the accelerometers, by adding up the signal processing technology, where we receive the signals from their neurological activity, we understand, we analyze, and based on that we can also find out the sleeping pattern and the health markers of a particular athlete. So this is happening in the present moment of the sport. So how VR is going to support in support in sports in near future. So how to recruit a player. So as I told us, AR is different from VR. VR is completely a simulation model. Instead of going and playing in a particular ground and understanding and giving them training to a players, we automatically have a simulation model where you will be playing by yourself with the machine, so that it will give you the improvised training according to your movements. So you can see a small video where the VR works with sports.
The mission of Sports VTS is really to change the paradigm in athletic training by creating a virtual environment in safe and dynamic conditions. This gives the athlete an opportunity to go through situations and scenarios at game speed without the risk of injury.
Actually, the ball right there.
How can we help the younger players continue to develop? And what can I do to help my team when I'm in a situation where my starter goes down? And the only way to really make it a dynamic experience is you have to throw a football.
The ability to use technology like this to train quarterbacks, the value truly is the reps.
Giving people that potential to really develop their skill set without having to organize a group of receivers and go out onto a field and have a practice. They can do this
15,
in a facility.
15, son.
Oh.
You got hit. Did you get hit? Did you see me joking? Thank God I got rid of that ball. It's a realistic sense of a defense coming down on you. You've got to get rid of the football quickly. And as we've trained in it here internally, we've found that our improvement to drop back, find receivers, and get rid of the football has really increased.
You're reducing, obviously, the potential for injury because you're not out on a field. You're not having to worry about guys running into your quarterback. You're not having to worry about elements of practice that are uncontrollable, frankly.
You're getting what I tell kids, the boring stuff that you have to do to be a good quarterback, which is constantly take drop after drop after drop after drop and throw until you can't throw anymore. This will allow you that opportunity to get those real live action reps without getting hit and having to land on your back and possibly get injured.
And my reactions are like real. Like I felt like I was going to get hit. And I'm trying to protect myself, trying to avoid, trying to step over people. It does put you into that real life feel.
Hit me again.
Sports teams.
Okay, this video could have given you the insight of how they get the live information as a player playing in the field. So next is very important, the agriculture industries. So everyone know last 20 years that the agriculture university is very much towards the attachment with the technological farming. You can see that as India has introduced smart farming, where we have a very important technology called Internet of Things, that is IoT, that is very much helpful for the farmers to understand the nature of the soil, to understand the nature of the weather, and based on this they can go with the different seeding variations, and that they can go for the yielding, then watering, and the amount of yield can be also increased. So this kind of improvements was been done with the agriculture only because of the major technology called IoT, Internet of Things. I think the computer science students could have known about IoT. So let us see how it is majorly contributing in agriculture.
Out in the world, data is often relegated to spreadsheets, receipts, footnotes. But open up the hood on any of our most exciting innovations, and there it is. Data. In the hands of a few free thinkers, digital technology and data-driven insights come together to transform human experiences, letting us listen to the fields farmers plant and enlist them in the fight against climate change, building tools that serve smallholders and a future that serves everyone, unlocking technology that means the difference between hunger and health for all. At Bayer, digital is the engine that drives innovation and sustainability. Digital is a group of visionaries who can look at a crowded field of information and see the future. Because for something so digital, our work is surprisingly human.
So this science and technology is going to contribute a lot with the crop cultivation and animal husbandry. As the previous speaker, Dr. Ramesh, was talking about the drone. So it is majorly utilized in agriculture for dropping the seeds, for watering, for taking the picture of the entire field and understanding the yield of the crop. So next is augmented reality in healthcare. So this is fairly a new technology, still not lot. It has been introduced in Indian scenario, but whereas it is majorly utilized for surgical operations. So AR in military training and readiness. So this is having a high demand resources because where you can, even in sports we can go and play in the field and understand and get a training. But whereas this is not possible with the war field. So to do that, we are this augmented reality has created a low cost aircraft simulators powered capability for demonstrating the training, and which allows the pilots to have the hands-on time training to improve their efficiency. You can see how they have been utilizing the AR in military training.
Load. Loading. Ready? Ready. That's why stereo clear. Firing, firing, firing.
These guys are undergoing a new form of totally immersive combat training.
When you see them out here, they're just running around an empty room.
The idea is to create a virtual but lifelike environment to train our soldiers and law enforcement officers in dangerous, high-pressure situations.
They are seeing the screen in front of their own eyes.
Somebody's been hit. Can he tell that he's been shot?
Yes, when you get shot, you get feedback. In a sense, you get a sensory muscle stimulation.
I was actually amazed, as others were, that you engaged him so quick. Look at your stance. You actually got into an aggressive stance as you would in a natural fight or flight situation. And you did an awesome job, Karen.
Playing back the scene like this is a primary instruction tool for combatants.
Okay, so we also understand that we had an early attack to the Mumbai hotel in India. That time we were introducing robots to understand where the terrorist was there, in which room they are, and this was been identified by using robot only. So next is augmented reality in on oil and gas industry training. This is one of the most important industry where we have to be very careful in understanding the oil leakages and in understanding the gas leakages. So for that, this augmented reality is helping a lot, and it has been already introduced with BP and Shell in India. So there are two technologies which has been used in this oil gas industry. That is, one of it is image processing, and another is voice recognition technology. So very importantly, this AR is used in Fashion technology also. It is introduced in Fashion++. You can see a video which we already know in Lenskart. When we go and stand in front of the camera, based on your face and based on your requirement, it will automatically give you the suggestion of which type of glass you can wear. Similarly, this AR is also working with Fashion technology also. How it's supposed to wear, we can select our own fabric, we can select our own design of things, and it will also recommend. This recommendation will be given by artificial intelligence. So 100% our future purchase is going to be in this form only. We are definitely going to. We are not going to spend a lot of time in getting our clothes. Where it is augmented reality is going to play a major technological significance in our purchase. So this video could have definitely impressed the younger generation. So all these technologies behind that, we have a very important boom up of today's computer science field is nothing but the artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence is nothing but how a human behaves, that manner the machine has to work out. So that is the thing that the artificial intelligence is doing. It is nothing to predict the future, or it is nothing like doing a magic. It is just predicting the every component, how it works and how it behaves. So that is the major thing that has been happened with artificial intelligence. So there are different types of applications of AI, which is in healthcare, agriculture, automotive industry, and e-commerce. So still now we are seeing that different industries like military, different industries like fashion technology, fashion industry, and in oil industries and in military. So in education, how the technology was improvised and how the technology is going to support in future. So that was for our previous slide. So now we are a little bit going with how it is going to help out the normal citizens. So citizens majorly contribute. The major contribution of the technology here is in the only in online shopping platforms. So in online shopping platforms, there are different small contribution has been done by the smart technologies, creation of chatbot, and identifications of the potential customers, and tailoring the shopping experience, and giving the trend predictions based on your selections in online. It will automatically give you the recommendations. And logistics is delivery is also very easy. Once we book something over online, it is definitely giving us a small giving us a very, very less effort delivery of the product to us. So how AI is helpful in online shopping is, from this slide you can understand the improvisation of the technology in online. Earlier it was given as a keyword search, then we went for a voice search, then we went for an image search. Now it is by the virtual recommendation, as how the outfits is so it is okay with us, then we can give the virtual recommendations. So based on this, the decision makings has been done by companies using AI. So what are the companies and how it has been utilized is that through information technology takes a lot of importance in doing the analysis, and the marketing sectors is also using the artificial intelligence in finance and accounting, and in customer services also the AI plays a major role. So now we are slightly coming into how artificial intelligence or the technology is used in common life. So everybody knows about Alexa because it is a speech recognition product which has been very common nowadays in at home. A lot of people are using this Alexa, especially at home for doing a home automation service, or they are using it in the office also. So Alexa in real life, how it uses in business. Let us see a small video of it.
You already know how Alexa helps you at home. Alexa keeps you up to date on current events.
Alexa, what's my flash briefing? Here's your flash briefing from the Business Review, management tip of the day.
And on top of your schedule.
Alexa, remind me to pick up the kids at 5 p.m. today.
But what if Alexa could help you work more efficiently and be more productive? Introducing Alexa for Business. Now, Alexa can be your intelligent assistant wherever you go. Alexa can help you work from the comfort of your home.
Alexa, when's my first meeting today? Your first meeting is one-on-one with Morgan at 8 a.m. Alexa, join the meeting. Okay. Hi, it's Angela.
And help you in the office. Alexa can schedule a meeting.
Alexa, schedule a meeting on Thursday with the sales team at 2 p.m.
That's sales meeting on Thursday, October 26th at 2 p.m., right?
Yes.
Okay, I've added that.
And even book a conference room.
Alexa, ask the office who booked this room.
This room is booked by Allison. Room 114 next door is available. Should I book it?
Yes.
Alexa saves time and hassle by starting meetings effortlessly.
Alexa, start the meeting.
Would you like to join the sales meeting?
Yes.
So you can shine during that important presentation.
Alexa, pull up last quarter sales report. Okay. Perfect.
Alexa helps you stay organized, so you can focus on what matters.
Time to pick up the kids.
All of this is made possible with Alexa for Business, which gives you the tools to provision and manage thousands of Echo devices around your office, and enable your employees to use Alexa anywhere they work. With Alexa for Business, it's easy to create contextual voice experiences for your employees and for your customers.
Alexa, where's Tyler's desk? In section B3.
The more you look, the more you see. Now, Alexa can be used in an infinite number of ways, like helping your employees solve that pesky printer problem.
Alexa, ask the office for more printer paper.
Okay, I've ordered more paper. Should I send your job to printer 3?
Yes, that'd be great.
The only unanswered question is, what will your business do with Alexa?
I think this Alexa is a real gift for the business peoples, where they can schedule their work, and it can reduce the time, and it can also reduce the manpower which can be applied, which will be applied during their business hours. So we have different products like this, like Alexa, Siri, and Google Assistants. But one of the most popular is Alexa. And the technology which is used behind is voice recognition technology. So the next is the technology which has been introduced in supermarkets to identify the stock detection. So what they do is to just go in and identify which product has been sold out, and how to fill up the product will be done manually. Instead of it, with the sensors has been deployed in each racks. So when there is a deficit of the particular product, you will automatically know the information. That information will be sent to the shopkeeper. So after, based on the dashboard information, he will ask the the people who's working there to go and fill the product. So this is what happened with the stock deduction in the supermarkets. You can, let's just see the video here. So this is going to definitely boost the efficiency of the staff who's working. So you can do it either with image processing technology or with the sensor technology. So how the artificial intelligence is used in transport smart traffic management system. So everybody knows that there is a driverless cars that has been introduced by Tesla, which is at present in USA, which has taken enormous effort to do the navigation and the driving. So how much efforts is being taken to develop? Let us see in this video. So all the informations will be fed to the computers. So the navigation road maps, the weather condition, the speed, the traffic, everybody will be loaded as information. So based on the information, the decision making will be done by the car itself. So at the moment, this is very successful wherever you have a very good urban planning. The speed and the road safety is controlled by the car. Okay. As we know about the driverless cars, we also need to know that this smart technologies like AI and IoT and the sensor technology is helping us a lot in for the transportation system also. That is the traffic monitoring system. So the vehicle identification system has been done through image processing, that is computer vision technology. So we know about vehicle tracking systems, people tracking systems. We can also identify the nameplates. So computer vision technology is one of the important technology which helps to build the smart transportation system. So car parking management system, it is very good and it is applied in a lot of way in Dubai, where you will have different floors different floors. So each parking will be done using sensors. So based on the vehicle size, it may be sent to the different floors. So this is purely based on the video processing technology. So it identifies not only the vehicle, it will identify the person also. So artificial intelligence and the technology in schools. So very importantly, earlier our attendance system was in the form of calling by the name or calling by the roll number. Of course, in German and other European countries, when a student enters the classroom or the lecture theatres, there will be a biometric face identification system. They can just show their face and they can get entered. So that is the attendance recognition system which they are using. So similar way, the technology is utilized for identifying the student and to maintain the attendance system. So there will be a face recognition attendance system. It will take a group snap and identify and give the register number. So the face is got recognized in the classroom. We will have a CCTV camera which will take the photograph or which will take the video and identify the face, and it will give the information that the boy student 3 is present, girl student 12 is present. Okay, and the attendance sheet will be generated in an Excel sheet. So as earlier it was told that how the technology is utilized in agriculture, we have one important product which has been developed and given to the farmers of India is the Mahindra DigiSense motor, which is a tractor which has lot of sensor technologies. It will show the indication of the fuel, how the capacity of the plowing, and the where it has been parked. So everything will be given through the sensor technology. And in agriculture also, it can also do a pest control management system through image processing. You can see a video here how it helps the
Scilog provides robotic and artificial intelligence solutions to farmers. Scilog developed Agria, a multilingual iOS and Android mobile application that helps to identify and treat plant diseases and pests using their mobile devices. Users upload pictures and within seconds receive highly accurate identifications. Scilog developed novel artificial intelligence technology to address the increasing shortage of agricultural extension professionals who can aid farmers in overcoming problems that affect production. The artificial intelligence algorithms identifies plant diseases better than experts and is backed by laboratory test results. Most plant diseases have a well-established control protocol, though oftentimes failure to control the disease occurs because of a misdiagnosis and late-stage diagnoses. If pathogens are left untreated, they are responsible for yield losses of 30% of global agricultural productivity. When the artificial intelligence responds with a low confidence, Agrio users have the option of uploading their photos to the forum, where agriculture specialists respond to their inquiries. The experts' conclusions are then fed back into the database, which improves the algorithm. Scilog's artificial intelligence engine is currently capable of classifying a large amount of diseases, pests, and deficiencies.
So through smartphones, the farmer can take the photograph of the leaf or the plant and they can send it or to verify with what type of pest it has been affected, and based on that we can select the pesticides and give it to the plant. So it is helping the farmers to understand exactly the pest which has got a pest which has affected the leaves. So this is a very important role where which has been used by the smartphones itself. And we have also a concept called citizen science, where we include all the citizens in different geographical locations to send the information. Even it can be an insect, or it can be a plant, or it can be a pest. All the information will be collected in one forum. In that forum, the scientists will do the researches, and the algorithms will play the important role of understanding and analyzing the difficulties which has been faced by the farmers, and they will send back the response to the farmers. So this is one way of the technology that is helping the agriculture industry. So how smart farming will answer the need for the increased food production? Definitely, food production is only improved through the technology. So an artificial intelligence in mobile applications. So this is one particular voice assistant which is booming up, and it is very interesting. You can just see on that. Though we have different voice assistants, this is AI-based voice assistant, so it will be more helpful and less time consuming.
Yes, Tara. Don't forget your umbrella. Thank you, Mama. Love you, Tara.
Okay, earlier we had technologies which only say about the weather reports, but this AI-based Bixby voice assistant is going to help the people by supporting what could be the responsibility and what decision you have to take. If it is raining, you have to take an umbrella. So such a important decisions and such a caring is definitely is going to be happen with Bixby voice assistant. So next is today very difficult thing which people are facing is the obesity. So how much calorie they are going to have and how much food they are going to consume. So that can also be identified by only with the help of a smartphones. With taking the photographs, it will analyze the content, and here also the computer vision technology is helping a lot to identify the nutrient value of the each food based on the color patterns. You can just see how the technology plays a work in the food industry.
Hi guys, you must have seen Indian food items like dosa. You can see the dosa here, eggs, fish and chips, dokla. You will get to know the calories, carbs, etc., etc. So here's the demo. So before that, I'll show you like how many items this app can predict. This apple, banana, bitter gourd, bottle gourd, mostly Indian items, Indian food items like dosa. You can see the dosa here, eggs, fish and chips, dokla, Gujarati dish, fried rice, yogurt, garlic bread, pancakes, ice cream, rusk, samosa, pizza, tea, vada, waffles, etc., etc. So right now I have trained this classifier to identify these items. I'll show you the demo. Let's start. Okay, I'll click this a camera icon, which is on the bottom right. So I have opened some Google images just to check. Test this classifier. I'll just click this picture. I'll click this right icon. and it will show me this is, is 70% sure this is tea. And if you're not sure, and this ice cream, it's saying it is 10% sure. So this is, of course, this is tea. And here in around the list, it's showing the calories, carbs, proteins, fats, etc. So this data is not accurate. This is random data. I just wanted to demo the classifier. It's running in the app. So let's move to next item. That is Indian dish called dosa. So this is dosa. Let us click. This is saying this is like is 75% sure it is dosa. So you can see that. And let's move to next one. Again, clicking a camera icon. This time we'll try to get banana. Okay, great. So this is banana. Last item, just to test one more time, is cream. Everyone's favorite. Okay, I skip. So here it is. So you can see the data, and if you see the ice cream blue, there will be multiple bars if it is, the confidence score is low. And good thing about this classifier is it's running in the phone itself. So you don't need to connect to the internet to use this app. And then of course it's fast. And if you go back here, you can see, based on that 11th June, it's showing. Then, you go to 12th.
Okay, fine. This app is going to be very, very interesting, as the video recommends that we need not have a Wi-Fi connection at all. Just installing the app, and whenever we dine ourselves, we can go and take the photographs and understand the calorie, how much we are going to take it up. And face recognition application. This is also going to be an interesting technology.
Employee management became difficult with the changing ecosystem. Are you looking for an advanced technology that overcomes biometric and automates the employee's database on its own? The ultimate solution is AVP. AVP is an advanced artificial intelligence technology that eases the hassles of employee attendance and leave management. It takes live video from IP cameras or CCTV or webcam installed at doorways, recognizes and records the attendance on a secure cloud server, and provides real-time and accurate attendance of employees on multiple platforms. AVP is loaded with a powerful dashboard and reporting features that allow you to view and analyze employee data based on access privileges. Why is AVP the best? AVP is a cloud-first, innovative employee management platform. It uses face recognition for seamless attendance registration, possess real-time and accurate dashboard, and captures walk-in or out tracking to calculate hours spent in a day. It also sends configurable alerts, automated leave tracking, and generates reports. Each organization can define rules for timesheet management. AVP is an efficient tool to manage employee information with employee onboarding, individual onboarding, bulk onboarding, offboarding, rehiring, and records management. Data access is secured with assured privacy, as no traces of pictures or videos. The one-step smart solution to probe. AVP, magnifying people efficiency.
So our view is going to play a vital role in industries and other organizations where there is no need of biometric attendance or something. When they get in, the people is tracked and how many hours they are within the campus or within the industrial base. Everything will be monitored, and all the information will be sent to the dashboard of the administrators. So as earlier I told you that the AI is playing a vital role in fashion technology. And on FIDO, you have facial biometrics and iLock iris recognition. This iris recognition is one of the important identification pattern instead of, excuse me. instead of we have fingerprints, we have iris. So this is one of the important thing, because this is a unique pattern which everybody have, which we are using for the recognition system. So this technology has moved and intruded in all type of industries. It is also intruded in the astrologers app using machine learning. You can predict your future based on the machine learning algorithms. You can just see, it could be interesting for you.
Namaste. When will my good time start?
According to your birth chart, 2 best periods of your life are as follows: between the 9th of October 2018 to the 20th of October 2018, and between the 21st of December 2018 and the 10th of January 2019.
Namaste. When is the festival of Diwali?
Diwali will fall on the 7th of November 2018.
Namaste. मेरी शादी कब होगी?
आपकी जन्म कुंडली का अध्ययन करने के पश्चात यह मालूम पड़ता है कि 9 अक्टूबर 2018 के प्रारंभ से 20 अक्टूबर 2018 के बीच आपका विवाह हो सकता है। परंतु यदि किसी कारणवश इस दौरान कोई ऐसी बाधा आ जाती है जिससे आपके विवाह में देरी हो जाए, तो फिर 28 नवंबर 2018 से 21 दिसंबर 2018 के बीच का समय विवाह के लिए उत्तम है।
नमस्ते। मुझे अपने करियर में आगे क्या करना चाहिए?
आपकी कुंडली के अनुसार अथॉरिटी, राजनेता, वैज्ञानिक, नेता, निर्देशक, सरकारी कर्मचारी, चिकित्सक, जौहरी आदि आपके लिए उपयुक्त व्यवसाय हैं।
नमस्ते।
So artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning is going to play a role in understanding not only when we will have rain, or what could be the stock market price. So it is also into the astrological field to predict our future. So till now, as my presentation started with all the industries and different domains and applications, and then over it was into how a common person can know about and understand, and how they are using their technology in the day-to-day life. And so these are just followed up. I'm going to show a few projects which we are doing it in our Center for Machine Learning and Intelligence, and it also has a startup program where we are doing certain products, and we are also trying to file it for the patenting also. So one particular product which we are going to develop using artificial intelligence, IoT and sensor technology is that a mosquito trap to identify the mosquito based on their wing beat. To capture the wing beat of the mosquito, that will be analyzed using machine learning. What type of mosquito, whether it is a dengue mosquito or whether it is a malaria mosquito, that will be identified, and that information will be given in the app itself. So this is one such product which we are developing, and the other is helping the agriculture people who are doing mushroom cultivation. So we have a separate hut in our university where it is totally an AI IoT enabled mushroom cultivation unit. So based on the IoT, we will identify the humidity, temperature, and the moisture level. Based on the the coolant and the sprinkler will be on whenever there is a low moisture or a low humidity inside the hut. So that is IoT, and based on the artificial intelligence algorithm, we will collect the data about the mushroom, and we will identify the nutrient value of the mushroom also. This is just to support the farmers and the agriculture industry. So third, to identify the calories, we are also doing a nutrient analyzer based on the AI to identify and to know about the nutrient value based on the spectrometer. So as everybody knows, there is an intelligent walking cane all over the world. It is very, very familiar, but still we wanted to customize our own artificial intelligence based walking cane because we have a special education department in our university. We wanted to promote our products for our own students. So this is one such important project which we are running to identify the bacterial strains using image processing. So everybody, this bacterial strains will be identified using only culture test. So we were one such team which we are taking forward with the help of the artificial intelligence. So with this, I will conclude and one more topic also we are working. We have cultivated a nutrient farm where we have given two ways of farming. One is probiotic and conventional farming, and we have seeded different millets. So once we take the yield, we do an extract process. From that extract process, using a spectrometer, we will identify the nutrient value. So this is all to support the agriculture industry. So with this, I would like to close my presentation. Hope this presentation could be helpful both in the form of audio and video.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was really knowledgeable and it was really interesting because through this presentation you showed the significance, of science and technology in different spheres, like in military, in science and technology, and also the use of AR, the use of AI, the use of IoT in our day-to-day life. How these things can make a lot of differences in our life. And the presentation was really, really interesting because the videos were really interesting, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time, and I'm sure the students.
Madam, I was given information that is completely, we will have 80% of the students will attend this. So I wanted to make this presentation interesting to the students, just to know about the technological value which we are promoting each and every day in our life, so that our near future is definitely going to be a dependent of technology only. So I believe that our younger generation will create much more technological interesting products to help the entire mankind.
I'm sure, ma'am, the session was really interesting. I'm sure with these, they could have actually got idea about, how we can make use of AI, and, how they must have thought of some projects in their mind through these videos.
Definitely.
So I guess that was the main motive, and it was really interesting. Not only for the students, ma'am, even for the faculty members, it was really interesting, really, really nice presentation, because the videos were, really impressive, and it gave us some, food for thought.
Okay, madam. And one more thing added to it, all the products what we are developing at present, we are only involving the students. From UG to PhD, all the students are involved. We are working as a team. So the complete contribution is only from the student community.
Ma'am, it was really nice, ma'am. Because for everything, the use of AR, the use of, AI, everything, in different spheres of our life, in day-to-day life, it was all shown through the, these things can be achieved through projects. So, that was actually the message that was shown going through the videos. That can be done. We can make our life simpler. We can make our life better by using these technologies.
All these technologies are here only to have our comfort lifestyle.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that we can spend a lot of time very efficiently, and we will have a quality life.
Yes, ma'am, and that definitely has given some food of thought to the students, for developing or working on those fields. At least they must have thought some ideas, or something that they can work on. So
again, I have to add one more thing. There are a lot of intelligence, artificial intelligence, and technology is going to rule our world, but still nobody in this world can demolish the human intelligence. So the human intelligence is the highest perspective of this world. So we should use the technology in a very, very right manner.
Yes, ma'am. We have one question from the audience. The audience has asked, will AI replace the human resource capabilities and result in unemployment? Is that a possibility, madam?
Madam, that is what I would like to tell now is there may be a lot of technologies, a lot of artificial intelligence is just to minimize the workload, not to minimize the manpower. Okay, so we are going to minimize our work and the time, not the manpower. Still now, the emerging technology has given a lot of employment only. The artificial Indian government has facilitated a lot of schemes that they have produced people. They have given, even in our university, we are running an artificial intelligence with 2.5 crores as a fund. So government is making us to give the awareness to the people, making us the students to involved in artificial intelligence. So all there are, it is creating a lot of employability only. Through technologies, there are a lot of employability creations, but still I can understand this question is common to all the presentations. Wherever I go and present, people will ask, will it deteriorate the percentage of the people in manpower? But of course, only human intelligence is the supreme thing that we should make it in mind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful session, which actually gave us a thought process or something to think about on different projects, different spheres or different projects that the students can actually work on or at least think about. So thank you so much for your time, ma'am. We're looking forward for fruitful association.
Of Sikkim Manipal University. I thank Dr. Visalakshi for just making me to be a part of this day, and I thank the madam who has given me the introduction, and I thank everybody. Thank you, dear students. All the best and good luck for everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Dear all, thank you for being with us, and it's the feedback time now, which is really, really important for us. So request everyone to kindly give the feedback link or the feedback form has been sent to your respective emails to all those who have registered with us. Your feedback is really important to us. So kindly give us the feedback. And thank you for being with us and celebrating the National Science Day with us. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you and have a nice day. Bye-bye.